Recording in progress.
Okay, this is your 1 minute warning. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Just like to note that Mike Harrington will be online today on this on the MPC topic, and I'll turn to Executive Director Burden for any updates or announcements.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. Let's see, as we look at the agenda for today, we have another full day for you. And per usual, we will have salmon coming back when we're ready. Right now, we're eyeing salmon for after lunch instead of coming up the second part of the day. So that would mean that what we're currently aiming to do is start the morning with E3, and then after that, move into groundfish and perhaps interject groundfish with salmon right after lunch. So just heads up on that. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any other announcements for the morning.
All right. Okay. So everybody's fresh and ready to go after yesterday's marathon. And with it, I'll turn to Kerry Griffin to start us off. Kerry.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, council members. This is agenda item E3. It's the marine planning update. Your task today is to review the Marine Planning Committee reports 1 and supplemental report 2, which are in your briefing book. The MPC met on January 23rd. That was ostensibly to plan for this meeting and put something in the advanced briefing book that they did, which they did. And then they also met on February 20th, which was designed to prepare for the April council meeting. There were also a couple of sort of topical issues that came up, between those two meetings. And so they also produced a supplemental report, and that's why you see that supplemental report. Incidentally, since marine planning is not on the April agenda, they are also planning to develop an informational report to put in the April briefing book. It's just informational, not actionable, as an aside there. Speaking of materials, you also have attachment 1, which is a draft comment letter on the Oregon Notice of Intent to prepare an environmental assessment. That's BOEM issued that, and that has a 30-day comment period, which ends, I think, the 15th or 16th. So that's in the briefing book for your consideration. There, E3 supplemental attachment 2 is a flyer from a company called Axis, and it's an offshore wind data collection flyer, and that's more informational, and that was put in there basically just to provide help with outreach to our fishing community and other interested members of the of the stakeholder groups. Attachment 3 is a letter from Oregon's Coastal Caucus on the final wind energy areas off of Oregon. And then I mentioned the 2 MPC reports. And then there are supplemental HMSAS, CPSAS, and GAP and HC Habitat Committee report. Those are your materials for your consideration. And after my overview, we'll turn to, we don't have any other presentations planned other than the Marine Planning Committee. So after the summary, we'll turn to Mike Conroy. He has some slides to show. He is not going to read those reports verbatim, but he is going to summarize all the key contents and highlight the MPC's request for guidance to the council. Then we'll, after the reports and comments of management entities and advisory bodies, we'll turn to public comment. And then your council action is to consider the MPC report and provide guidance. And that concludes my overview of the agenda item.
Okay. Thanks, Kerry. Questions for Kerry on his overview? All right. Seeing none, we'll go to the MPC report and Mike Conroy. Mike, are you there?
I am here. Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. Mike Conroy, one of the co-chairs of the council's Marine Planning Committee. We do have a presentation that if it can be put up, that would be very helpful. Thank you for that. As Kerry already introduced you to the materials that are included in the briefing book, and as Kerry noted, the Marine Planning Committee met in January and February of this year. The February meeting was intended to inform the development of an informational report for your April meeting. However, some of the items that we discussed during the February meeting are included in our request for council guidance during this meeting because there was some overlap and or updates in our advanced briefing book and supplemental reports. Because of that, I'm going to take a more streamlined approach to this presentation. We will provide information on activities across the 3 states, an update on the roadmap effort that we introduced to you during your November meeting, look at the updated year-at-a-glance table that we also shared with you all in November, and conclude with our request for your input as outlined atop our supplemental report. Next slide, please. So with regard to California, on January 19th, the California Energy Commission published its draft strategic plan for offshore wind development. Because this was so close to our January 23rd Marine Planning Committee meeting, We did not provide any analysis or recommendations in the report that we submitted for the advanced briefing book deadline. During our February 20th MPC meeting, we received a presentation on the 4 chapters shown on this slide, which are likely to form the basis of a potential council comment letter on the draft plan. These chapters are listed in perceived order of priority. There was general consensus from the MPC that the items included in these chapters could benefit from your advice, information, and recommendation. Chapter 5 and the appendices outline the methodology used by the state in identifying suitable sea space. Those areas bounded in solid gray are shown on the right-hand side of the slide. This is important because BOEM is likely to use these as future call areas off of California, and it isn't outside the realm of possibility that this happens before the end of this year. The comment period deadline is currently set for March 22nd, but I have been told that will change. The CEC has scheduled a virtual workshop for March 20th on the draft plan and is considering a second workshop for April as well. One of our requests for council guidance is tasking the MPC to develop a comment letter on the AB 525 draft strategic plan. During our February 20th MPC meeting, reps from 3 of the California leaseholders provided brief overviews of their planned survey activities, which they intend to start later this year, and that will likely be included in our informational report for April. Next slide, please. So with regard to Oregon, a lot has transpired off Oregon over the last month. Final wind energy areas were identified by BOEM on February 13th. Just to clarify, there is no public comment period associated with this. The only real difference between the final wind energy areas and the draft WIAs is the exclusion of the lower edge of the Brookings Call area. This includes some of the areas that were identified by the council for removal in your comment letter on the draft WIAs that we submitted late last year. On February 14th, BOEM published a notice of intent to prepare an environmental assessment for commercial wind leasing and site assessment activities on the U.S. Outer Continental Shelf offshore Oregon. Included in the briefing book is a draft comment letter in response to the notice of intent for your consideration. By way of recollection, the EA would cover those activities that would lead to the submission of a constructions and operation plan by the lessee. Generally, these activities are in support of site assessment and site characterization. During our February MPC meeting, BOEM did indicate their intent to hold an auction off Oregon in the fall. HB 80 is state legislation which would ensure strict labor standards are met for any offshore wind development project. It would also require the state of Oregon to develop a roadmap on standards for offshore wind and designates the Department of Land Conservation and Development to do public outreach and develop policies for the roadmap. Just last night, this bill passed out of the state Senate, and it now goes to Governor Kotek for her signature. This codifies the work of an informal offshore wind working group convened by representatives from the seafood and renewable energy industries, excuse me, and labor groups to develop the foundational components of an offshore roadmap with exit maps for Oregon. This effort does not predispose the development of offshore wind off Oregon, but is designed to allow for full public discussion regarding offshore wind and to include ways to ensure that if offshore wind is developed, it is done so responsibly. Next slide, please. With regard to Washington, the Washington Coastal Marine Advisory Council, WCMAC, continues to discuss ways to gain understanding of how offshore wind may fit into state and regional energy plans. The governor's office is contracted with a third party, GridWorks, to help evaluate the appropriateness of offshore wind in waters off Washington and to engage with tribes and stakeholders for exploring options for engagement in the state federal offshore wind planning process. This in part due to the dissatisfaction expressed with the current BOEM intergovernmental task forces, which currently excludes stakeholders. GridWorks is conducting outreach to members of the fishing community, both within the state and those outside of the state, who depend upon access to fishing grounds off of Washington. Their report is due to the governor's office on June 15th. Next slide, please. The council has repeatedly expressed the desire for a comprehensive cumulative impacts analysis for offshore wind development at a regional scale that identifies the potential short and long-term impacts to natural resources, habitats, fisheries, and communities under the different processes and different development scenarios. The council conveys this need in multiple letters to BOEM, which emphasize the importance of evaluating potential impacts through a long-term West Coast-wide perspective. In November, the MPC shared a high-level conceptual idea of various build-out scenarios of offshore wind across the West Coast. The intent of this exercise was and is to undertake a consideration of scale, long-term impacts, coast-wide and discrete, uncertainties, and necessary knowledge. We initially called this the MPC Roadmap and Cumulative Impacts. Given the popularity of the phrase roadmap, we are open to using a different description. We came up with Vision Quest, but aren't necessarily married to that moniker. We indicated we would come back to you during this meeting with more meat on the bones of this document. We did spend some time drafting and editing. While we did spend some time drafting and editing, we were unable to get a version of the document fleshed out enough to present to the council at this meeting. The right-hand side of this slide is a screenshot of a recent internal version of the document. Just to help understand what you see here, the column headers that you should see but you can't are, and this is from left to right, the impact category. The second column is the question that is being asked. The third column is at what phase in the offshore wind development process would we see this? And then the last column would be the under what council process would this fall under? Our supplemental report provides reasons and rationale for the following. With regard to the purpose, it is to support and develop a framework for a comprehensive cumulative impacts analysis for offshore wind development at a regional scale and under different scenarios and timelines, addressing the potential short and long-term impacts to natural resources, habitats, fisheries, and communities. In terms of what benefit does this provide to the council, it would serve as a resource for you that can be called upon during the different stages of the BOEM process to assist your consideration of and comments on offshore wind development. It would also be a centralized repository of information, data gaps, information needs, etc., that could serve as a reference by the council and other entities, for example, the West Coast Ocean Alliance, state and federal agencies, academia, in developing research proposals, comments, and/or recommendations as needed. To clarify, it is not the intent of the MPC that the council be charged with addressing data gaps, filling information needs, etc., just identifying those that we feel are important as you carry out your role of managing fisheries off the West Coast. With regard to development scenarios, California has active leases with a planned capacity of between 4 and 5 gigawatts, in addition to a long-term planning goal of another 20 gigawatts of offshore wind production by 2045. Oregon currently has a goal of up to 3 gigawatts, and while Washington has not announced a specific target, a goal, the unsolicited lease requests in waters off the Washington coast would generate roughly 4 gigawatts. These scenarios would serve as a starting point for planning for potential offshore wind development. With regard to parallel processes, this document could connect the work underway to inform the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Status Report with the council's need for information to inform offshore wind development decisions. The MPC is requesting the council continue to support development of this document and task the MPC with coming back to the council in November to provide a more detailed and thorough overview. Next slide, please. We included this slide to highlight the potential scale of offshore wind development that may be coming to the West Coast and the need to proactively begin to understand the potential impacts associated with developments at this scale. The quarterly West Coast Offshore Wind Transmission Study Advisory Committee meeting took place 3 days ago. What you are seeing on screen is just one planning scenario for 2015. The solid dots on the screen represent potential offshore wind developments, and they include areas off Washington, Oregon, both within the current WIAs and outside, and California, both within the current lease sites and outside of those. The blue lines represent potential transmission routes, and the lighter shaded shapes represent other areas that could support offshore wind development. Next slide, please. So we shared this year-at-a-glance table with you during your November meeting. I think it was well enough received that we decided to continue to share this during each of the meetings that we are presenting at. This was most recently updated on January 23rd. The items in yellow were moved based on information received before January 23rd. And we also added in the notice of intent to prepare an EIS for the Pier Wind Terminal project in the Port of Long Beach in California. We expect an EIS will come out on that, which may be of interest to some folks. While clearly there were things specifically related to Oregon that arose after January 23rd, we did not envision the need to modify any of the other items. As noted earlier, BOEM did indicate its intent to conduct lease sales off of Oregon in October, which is in line with our initial estimates. Given the high likelihood of an extension of the comment deadline for the AB 525 draft strategic plan, it is unlikely we will see new call areas off California before the end of June. And I suspect we'll be in a better position to make that determination when you see this table again in advance of your June meeting. I do want to make clear that this is not a suggested list of actions that the council should comment on, but it is rather just a prospective look at the remainder of 2024 and the actions the MPC believes are likely to happen during that time period. They are not currently ranked in any order of priority. Next slide, please. So our final slide here is what we're seeking guidance on from you at this meeting. The first bullet point is the draft comment letter on BOEM's NOI to prepare an EA for the leasing off of Oregon. The Habitat Committee, I will note that under this item, the Habitat Committee did propose specific edits to the draft letter in their supplemental report on this item. The second one is your thoughts on the potential comment letter on the California Energy Commission's Assembly Bill 525 draft strategic plan, and to submit that in line with an extended comment deadline period that we expect. And then lastly, your guidance on a potential coastwide long-term cumulative effects analysis for the future offshore wind on the Pacific coast. And I believe that is our last slide. And with that, I will stop and take any questions that you may have.
Okay. Questions for Mike on the MPC report? Kristen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the report. I have a question on the guidance for potential coastwide long-term cumulative effects. We have a lot of items looking forward in marine planning that have the potential to impact us. That could range from aquaculture to offshore mining, and probably everything in between. And I just am wondering if the committee had any conversation around expanding this topic to be inclusive of basically spatial planning looking forward, since any or all of those would have the option of impacting us, or if you're really focused at this point in time on wind and would be more interested in developing a resource that could be built out with those pieces in mind.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you, Krista, for that question. We have not had any detailed conversations about aquaculture, offshore mining, offshore service centers for computers or anything like that. I think we're primarily focused on offshore wind for now because that is in front of us and that is something that is tangible. I suspect that if and or when we see a draft programmatic EIS from NIMS regarding the aquaculture opportunity areas off of Southern California, we can entertain conversations to expand what's being done here to incorporate additional questions or additional data or research needs that would arise from that. But at this point in time, since we have nothing tangible in front of us with regard to aquaculture or mining or anything else, we did not include that at this time.
Good, thank you.
Thanks, Krista. I would just like to mention that we do have folks from BOEM online. I see Ingrid Bergeron is an attendee, but Rick Yard is a panelist. And also we have John Hansen from the West Coast Ocean Alliance also to answer questions. First, I'll go to Mike Harrington, had his hand up. So Mike, you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I have a question for Mike. I actually have a few here, so bear with me. In the second paragraph of the draft PFMC NOIEA comment letter, it states that the council remains concerned about the truncated timeline being applied to leasing activities off of the Southern Oregon coast in light of the significant uncertainties and data gaps associated with site assessment and site characterization in deeper waters off the West Coast, and efforts within the state of Oregon to consider and establish standards for offshore wind energy. So it's my understanding that the council has expressed concerns over these data gaps associated with installation of offshore wind and potential impacts, but I'm not really clear on what data gaps are present from a site assessment and characterization standpoint. And as that information would be gained during those endeavors, can you please clarify what significant uncertainties and data gaps are of concern associated with the site assessment and characterization?
Through the chair, and thanks for the question, Mike. I can certainly try. Much remains unknown about the effects of different sound levels and different frequency levels on marine life, whether it be fish stocks, marine mammals, et cetera. During a recent meeting of the California 7C Working Group, a world-renowned expert on sound impact on fish stocks all but said much more research is needed to truly understand what the impacts of these sounds and these frequencies are on these fish stocks. So I think the uncertainty that arises from that is worth noting. And I think that was the intent behind the sentence that you pulled out from the draft comment letter.
Okay, thank you. And so I have some follow-up here too. Can you also clarify what is meant by efforts within the state of Oregon to consider and establish standards for offshore wind energy? I assume it's a reference to the roadmap that was in our House Bill 4080, which was just passed through our legislature, but I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, through the chair, and Mike, you're 100% spot on. It's directly related to the language included in HB 4080.
Okay, perfect. And then I just have two more here, so bear with me and thank you. And thanks for all the work you put into this too, by the way. In the maps included as attachments to the draft PFMC NOI letter, can you clarify if the maps are the draft WIAs or if they're the finalized WIAs in which BOEM excluded the bottom section?
Through the chair, Mike, yeah, another good question. Those are the maps from the comment letter that we submitted on the draft wind energy area. They are not the new maps.
Okay, perfect. And then just the last one here in the MPC report 1, the MPC provides the year at the glance of what may come up for potential council comment. Can you please speak to any of the updates to this year at a glance? And as a follow-up question, did the MPC discuss any prioritization of these items, as there's several comments in quarter 2 column that could overlap?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that question. And if I can ask the operator, yeah, there you go. So as you can see, the items that are outlined in yellow and crossed out, those were moved based upon information that we received after we produced this for your November meeting. The draft strategic plan for AB 525 did not come out in Q4 of 2023. You can see that it's at the bottom of the column for Q1. The CADEMO notice, that's this project, the demo offshore wind project that is proposed in state waters off California. State Lands Commission had indicated that notice is being delayed until Q3 of this year. And then we added in the new item. With regard to whether there's any prioritization of these items, I think I alluded to this in the verbal comments that led to this. No. This is more just a laundry list of things that we could expect to see during these timeframes. I think as these unroll and as these come out, the MPC, in collaboration with the Habitat Committee, will review and make a determination as to whether or not we believe it is appropriate for the council to offer comments on any of the actions that are proposed. And I think I hit all your questions there.
Yeah, you did. You're pretty impressive because those are some pretty wordy questions, actually. So thank you. And you know, this year at a glance table really kind of brings up a lot of questions I actually will have for BOEM at some point when it's appropriate as well, Chair. So I'll let us finish out this discussion with Mike, but when it's appropriate, I actually have a few questions I wouldn't mind asking to BOEM as well. Thanks.
Okay, we'll do Mike. Who else? Krista Stinson.
Thank you. I guess Oregon has a lot of questions this morning, which is probably not a bad thing. Just a question on the letter recommendation in point 2 of your MPC report. In terms of timing, and the year at a glance calendar probably helps, but I need a little interpretation here. Are you envisioning a QR letter, or do we have time to get this in front of everybody for the April meeting?
Through the chair, Krista, are you talking about the comment letter on the notice of intent to prepare the environmental assessment? If so, that comment deadline is, I believe Carrie indicated March, I want to say 15th. It might be the 22nd. My dates are getting confused. So it'll be that comment period currently ends before your April meeting. And I think that was the intent of why throwing this into the briefing book for your AB considerations, review, and then for the council to make a final determination on the content and whether to bless it sending as is or with amendments proposed by some of your ABs.
Thank you. No, I believe you're referring to the draft comment letter responding to BOEM. And and if I'm wrong, please correct me. I was actually asking about the potential comment letter on the California Energy Commission's Assembly bill.
Oh, sorry. Yes. So we don't know. Right now, the comment deadline is March 22nd. As I indicated, that is likely to extend. We envision learning more about what the CEC's internal thought processes are and what they would prefer to receive comments on during the March 20th workshop that they have scheduled, acknowledging that your advanced briefing book deadline for the April meeting is, I believe, around March 18th. I don't believe that we would have a draft for your review in advance of for the advanced briefing book deadline for your April meeting. But I think when we had discussed this, we were considering it under the QR process. And that was a very long-winded answer to get there, and I apologize.
No problem. Just so I'm clear, QR process is what your thinking and intent is.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Mike, thanks for the great report and a lot of information here, and really appreciate all your hard work and guidance. Referring to, I think it's your 5th slide, MPC Vision Quest and Cumulative Impacts. Just curious, I see a yellow area off of San Jose, it appears. And it looks like, to me, hard to tell scale, but it might be in the sanctuary. That's the first I've ever seen that, and maybe I'm just not paying attention enough, but can you explain what that is? If you understand what I'm saying, it's right below where it says San Francisco and just west of the San Jose marking.
Yeah, if you'll give me a second, if we can pull that slide up on the screen, I believe it's back. You're talking about
Yes.
You're talking about that one, Bob?
Exactly. And right off of San Jose there's showing something there. It looks like another array.
Yeah, so
I hadn't heard about that.
And to be honest, neither had I. As I said, this slide came from a screenshot from a transmission committee planning meeting that took place earlier this week. Based upon how that meeting was going, yes, those would be potential future offshore wind developments located in those areas. I think you bring up a good point about the presence of a sanctuary there. As we know, currently you can't place turbines within a sanctuary boundary. So my guess would be those would be outside the boundary of the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. I just, it caught me by surprise. I appreciate the inclusion here. And I think, I'm from that area, so it's been hard to get boots on the ground there to be wound up about this, but I think this could maybe help the cause. So appreciate your information and thank you.
John Uritz. John.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mike. I had a similar question on this slide about the very southern area. So I'm guessing that's the same response, that this is something that we don't really know about, but someone somewhere has thought of.
Through the chair. Thanks, John, for that question. Actually, if you look at the identification of sea space that the CEC is deemed suitable for offshore wind off of California, they are looking and have identified an area northwest of the current lease sites that link up the current lease sites off Morro Bay. So my understanding would be this would represent that extended area down off of Morro Bay.
Okay, thanks. It's a scale issue for me, I think. Appreciate that.
Okay, anyone else? All right, Mike, I don't see any hands, so thank you very much. Great report. That will take us to the HMSAS, and back to you, Mike.
Imagine that.
Actually, I'm sorry. 1 second. I see Mike Harrington's hand come up here. Mike?
That wasn't to Chair. That wasn't a question for Mike, actually. I didn't realize he was hopping on to another one. I'll wait a minute and I'll have some questions for both.
Okay, very good. Okay, Mike, back to you again on the HMSAS report.
Thanks for that, Mr. Chair. Once again, council members, good morning. Mike Conroy, representing the HMSAS. I'm going to keep this very brief. The HMS recommends the following: that the council approve the draft comment letter responding to BOEM's notice of intent to prepare an EA for offshore wind leasing offshore Oregon. Number 2, that the council task the Marine Planning Committee and the Habitat Committee with developing a comment letter on the Energy Commission's AB 525 draft strategic plan for offshore wind. And finally, that the council task the Marine Planning Committee with continuing to work on a document focused on potential coastwide long-term cumulative impacts analysis for the future of offshore wind off of the Pacific coast. And the AS appreciates the role of the Marine Planning Committee in keeping the council and family informed and updated on new activities planned for the waters we depend on. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay. Any questions for Mike on the HMSAS report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Mike. And now we'll go to the other Mike, Mike Oganowski. Mike, give him the CPSAS report. And the GAP report right after that, I believe. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. Good morning to you. I'll be reading from agenda item E3A, Supplemental CPSAS Report 1, Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Report on Marine Planning Issues. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel, CPSAS, commends the Marine Planning Committee, MPC, for excellent reports and outstanding work they have done under agenda item E3. We emphasize and fully support the MPC's request for the Pacific Council guidance in agenda item E3A. And Mike went over the 3 points already. We have those listed. And I don't think I need to read them again. So bullet point 3 is of special importance. The effects of thousands of turbines and many additional industrialized floating offshore wind energy projects on the California large marine ecosystem and fishing communities will be much greater than the present short list of floating offshore wind industrial projects. The use of short-term cumulative impacts, as it will be presently applied in California and Oregon, is a misnomer and disregards best protective environmental practices for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for the on the CPS AS report? Okay, not seeing Mike. And now I guess we'll go to the GAP report.
Guess what? I'm reading now. Thank you again, Mr. Chair. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Marine Planning. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, GAP, appreciates the work of the Marine Planning Committee, MPC, as it relates to council-managed fisheries and communications regarding upcoming events or notices that may intersect with recreational and commercial activities. Regarding council action at this meeting, the GAP recommends the following. And this is a little bit different from what Mike read, but its substantial content is the same. So I'll bypass that. The GAP suggests adding to the analysis documents the importance and consideration of transboundary stocks, establishing industrial offshore wind arrays off the West Coast could have lasting impacts to stocks for which the U.S. has treaties, Pacific Salmon Treaty, Pacific Whiting Treaty, etc., and responsibility for maintaining healthy stocks. Additionally, if wind farms off the U.S. West Coast close fishing in traditional or historically productive areas or areas that become important under the unknown impacts of climate change, U.S. fishermen could be disadvantaged compared to fishermen in neighboring countries fishing on the same stock. And that is it.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Questions on the GAP report? Okay. Oh, Krista Svensson.
Yes, sorry. Thank you for the report. And we've had a little discussion around the cumulative analysis. I had not, until you mentioned it, thought about the component of transnational fisheries. I don't know if that you had any conversation around what an analysis would look like, incorporating that or not incorporating that, but thoughts from the GAP would be helpful on that if you have them.
I think that there are some stocks that are transboundary and that we share the way we manage them with, say, Canada. I'm not sure about Mexico. I can't think of any treaties right off the top, but the idea is that there's still a lot of communication from two directions. I guess tuna would be another one that's possible that, I don't know how that's regulated, but there are concerns about that as well, because they move so much from one side of the Pacific to the other, that what we do with our wind development could affect this. I'm just explaining this a little bit different, but could affect those stocks as they move from place to place or country to country, and their EEZs. So that's one side. The other side is just that I think we're more concerned, at least in the GAP statement, about the disadvantages that could occur to the fishermen and the effects on the communities also that would happen if we cannot harvest either efficiently or we just are displaced in certain areas. A third possibility would be environmental effects that would lower the number of fish we could catch. So all of that would conceivably raise the price or cost, I'm sorry, of the fish itself to produce it and get it into shore and to get it processed also. These reductions don't have to be, there's not a straight out arithmetic lineup on this. If you take 20% off the plate, and some of these boats would have to, stop fishing, give it up. And same with the processing. At a certain point, or you lose enough income that you just fold up your tent and go home. So I hope that helps to explain it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Krista. Okay. All right, thank you, Mike. Takes us to, we have the Habitat Committee, and I believe Dr. Corey Green is online. Corey.
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. I will be reading agenda item E3A, Supplemental HC Report 1, Report on Marine Planning. The Habitat Committee heard updates on marine planning issues described in the MPC's report. The HC understands the Marine Planning Committee is suggesting the Pacific Fishery Management Council send a comment letter to the California Energy Commission on Assembly Bill 525 Draft Strategic Plan. The HC has not identified substantial habitat-related comments at this time on the strategic plan, but if the council chooses to task MPC with a letter, they will offer comments on the draft as necessary. The HC supports a potential coastwide cumulative effects analysis as described in Supplemental MPC Report 2, but recognizes that it is not the role of the council to lead in this effort. The HC has some minor comments below on MPC's draft comment letter to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management on the notice of intent to prepare an environmental assessment for ocean wind energy areas. And those comments are below, pretty minor editing comments. Thank you.
Hey, Corey. Questions on the Habitat Committee report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that will take us to public comment. And I don't think goose egg. Okay, no public comment, which takes us to council discussion and action. So before the screen, so I'll open the floor for discussion. And we'll remind everybody that there are members of the BOEM online. If you have questions for them. And also I see John Hanson with the West Coast Ocean Alliance also is available for questions. So Heather Hall.
Thank you and good morning. I'll just start with a brief appreciation for what the MPC does in packaging all of this information up for us and keeping track of things and updating the council on this and engaging with our stakeholders and advisory bodies. I find this really helpful. So I just wanted to extend that appreciation. I heard it in all of the advisory body reports this morning as well. And so maybe that'll get our conversation started. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Mike Harrington. Mike?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have a couple questions for BOEM. So if they're ready. So, and I, first of all, I guess just when I start with these questions, I would echo what Heather said. Thank you to the MPC and also just thank you to my staff. They do a lot of work prepping me for this meeting. But a lot of these questions I have are really because we're new to this in Oregon and we're trying to figure this out. We have familiarity with NEPA processes, but this one's been a little different than what we're used to there. And so my first question is that previously BOEM's provided estimated timelines for these projects showing, the leasing process to be, about a year and a half long. Can you provide an updated estimate for the leasing process in Oregon?
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Rick Yard from Boehm. Hoping you can hear me all right. And
Yeah, we can, Rick. Welcome.
great. Well, good morning again, and thanks for the opportunity to participate. I'll start out with an answer to that by saying that Nessie Sumite is sort of online, and she's the best person to answer that. She's having connectivity issues, so I'll take a shot at it. The question being an update on the Oregon leasing process. And I'll ask a clarification on that as I'm halfway through. But right now we're preparing an EA, as you know, and you heard about earlier, and the comment period on that scoping does close next week, March 15th. And we'll be working on publishing a draft EA soon. I think the at a glance calendar you had up regarding all of our processes looked right on to me at this point, meaning that we would have a sale notice later this summer. We have proposed and final. And then finally, should everything proceed, heading towards an auction in the fall this year for Oregon leasing. So my clarification question would be, did you want to know like the longer term, like what happens next steps after that, or were you just trying to figure out the leasing schedule?
For me, it was mostly just the leasing schedule. Okay. I mean, from what we're used to or what we're hearing, most of those California processes and back east have been a year and a half, and this one's really expedited. And so, I guess my next question is what's the rationale there? Why are we expediting this process compared to past processes?
Sure. So first, I'll say it is fast. I feel that as well. But I have to point out too that this publication of final wind energy areas and starting off the EA wasn't the first step in the process. We have been in Oregon talking to people for quite a while, including the draft we, as we talked about last year. So it has been going on for some time already. But to the extent that it feels fast, or that maybe that fall lease sales schedule is a little too soon, I will say we are working in close partnership with the state of Oregon to try to help them meet their goals. And we have been pretty upfront that now with the Inflation Reduction Act standards that are placed upon BOEM for holding auctions, we have definite schedules that we follow related to the interplay between oil and gas lease sales and renewable energy lease sales. And won't get into too much detail about that, but the bottom line is we're in a window right now for having auctions. And if we're going to do them this year, they would need to be done by around that time. We're planning on a lease sale this fall without if we did not, a new window would have to be present regarding another oil and gas lease sale that would be out sometime a year or more. So sorry for the long answer. The two quick some responses are, we've been out and working in Oregon for quite a while. So I would say we're going to end up taking at least as long as usual to have get to an auction in Oregon. But we do also have some real world scheduling challenges that are overlaid on our processes by the new law, Inflation Reduction Act requirements we've got.
Okay, and thanks, Rick. And I should have started off by just thanking you guys for being present in the first place, and also acknowledging some of the accommodations you have made for us, helping us through this process on our first pass through. And I also have a couple of since you're here questions. And if you need me to repeat them, I have them written out here. Some of them can be kind of lengthy. So could you clarify the estimated rollout of the comment periods that'll follow the NOI and for the EA? I guess you actually asked about that a little bit ago, but in terms of just for the draft EA, proposed sale notice, et cetera, will they all be released together or will they be sequential? And what are your estimated lengths of comment periods for each? Are those going to be about 30 days or those 60 days?
Sure. So after this scoping period for the EA, which I mentioned we're in and closes next week, March 15th, the next two big ones you pointed out would be the proposed sale notice and the draft EA. They are not technically linked up, but they will be close in time. Expect each of those in this, in the coming months this summer. I don't have a date right now, but the comment periods that I expect with the draft EA would be 30 days. And the proposed sale notice, if I recall correctly, this is another thing I should defer to Nessie on, but the proposed sale notice has a regulatory time frame for comment periods of 60 days.
Okay, perfect. That'll help us out with our planning processes. And then the last one is, we just have some confusion here on our side just about state waters, federal waters. So for the NOI Oregon EA, can you clarify when it's appropriate to include comments on state waters? We've heard from BOEM previously that the authority is in federal waters, but not the state. So who would the federal lead in state waters for the onshoring of the energy be? And this confusion really stems from differences in the NOI, where in the summary referenced BOEM's jurisdiction is the outer continental shelf, but the proposed action in scope, it reads that it could include cable corridors, which include surveys in state waters and onshore.
Yeah, understandable. That would be a little confusing for anybody. It is a little bit of a web there. So the OCS federal waters, 3 miles to 200, the extent of the exclusive economic zone. That's our literal jurisdiction in BOEM. When we do our analyses, like this EA that we're in, we typically discuss surveys that could happen certainly on the lease, but the cable corridors and federal waters. But we also do talk about, to the extent we can predict it, sort of transit lanes and potential corridors in state waters and activities at ports. However, we do that and try to make it clear to everyone that we try to understand what could happen, but we don't have authority over those areas in state waters or near shore. So even if we try to disclose them, we can't influence outcomes there. It is the state. And I believe you did ask who the state lead would be. And I hate to say, because it's not my area, but I do think state lands is kind of the major player in this.
Okay, thank you. And that's all I had. I really appreciate you being present, like I said, and Chair Pettinger, thanks for allowing me to take so much time on that.
Thank you, Mike. And thank you, Rick. Danny Evanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for BOEM, tearing off of what Mike just asked. If I understand the materials presented to us correctly, BOEM has chosen to do a programmatic EIS for California and only an EA for Oregon. Typically, an EIS is used for major federal action. It is a more comprehensive document and has a robust mandated public comment period. An EA, by contrast, is a more concise document without the same mandated comment periods for the public. And I'm wondering why the agency chose that particular NEPA approach. And I will add that an EIS is way more robust to litigation as well. So I will leave that there.
Okay, thank you for the question. Again, this is Rick Yard with BOEM Pacific. And for those who don't know me, I do head up the Office of Environment in the Pacific region. And happy to meet you, those who I haven't met. We are following in Oregon generally the same path that we took in California and that we have taken nationally. The Bureau for every potential lease sale across the nation, as far as I recall, has prepared an environmental assessment. And I say that just so you know that it's helpful if people have questions about the environmental assessments that precede a lease sale. There are a lot of them online, and I think it is really helpful to look through a few of them to kind of know what the content is going to look like. So we always do environmental assessments pre-lease. The programmatic environmental impact statement that you reference in California, and there's a corollary in New York State happening right now as well, are post-lease, and those are programmatic documents that are looking at potential avoidance, minimization, and mitigation and monitoring measures to try to get a head start on figuring out how best to avoid and minimize impacts from potential build-out. And then we always also further down the line, if we get construction and operations plans to actually construct a project on any lease, we always also do environmental impact statements for project specific impacts as well. So those are three separate NEPA processes throughout the planning process that BOEM has. In California, we're at the first phase. In Oregon right now. We have not yet determined if we'll do a post-lease programmatic in Oregon, but it's possible. And then we would certainly, in any case, also prepare an EIS for project-specific construction operations plans.
Thank you for that response.
Sure.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Rick. Further discussion? Sharon Kiefer?
Well, my discussion would be relevant to council discussion. I don't have anything for the speakers.
Okay. Krista Simpson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question that I'm going to direct at NIMFS and WACOA and possibly anybody else for that matter. So maybe there's some future or more discussion. And it's really around the cumulative, if I can speak clearly, impacts analysis. I know the council is always concerned about how we do the work, and our team currently has a lot of work in front of them in terms of QR letters and as we saw in the year at a glance, just a really heavy amount of workload. But I am wondering what resources may be available outside of our current process, and was hoping you might be able to speak to that.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, and thanks to the chair for the question. I don't know if I can speak completely to additional resources, although we agree with their proposal to develop a cumulative impacts framework, and we think it could be helpful for the council. So we do have at least a couple of folks on our staff that are interested in supporting that and would continue to if that's also endorsed by the council.
And this is John Hansen with the West Coast Ocean Alliance. Hopefully I'm coming through all right. I will just flag too that this is definitely something that our members are tracking. Again, we non-regulatory group, nothing decision-making in our space, but bring together the federal family along with the 3 West Coast states and a number of tribal governments, and have heard similar, I think, requests in terms of exploring this idea and how it might look regionally and if there's a role that the Alliance could play. We are in the midst of our Regional Ocean Partnership funding from NOAA, and so we're trying to assess exactly how best that can be applied to support issues like this, both in the wind space as well as other topics, as was mentioned earlier, and thinking about cumulative impacts. At this time, I can't commit one way or the other. It's really up to our membership and our leadership team who's helping develop kind of our approach to using the funding we have from NOAA, but definitely recognize that I think there's potential here to think about coordinating, and we've talked with Mike and Susan and Carrie pretty regularly on this, and I think want to explore more kind of where there might be overlap and have that be something we could discuss maybe with the council as an element we could look further into. Ultimately, too, I want to make sure we recognize all the work that's happening, both within NOAA, other partners out there that are doing a lot of these things. And that's something we really try to land on, is not reinventing wheels. So if there's a niche that we can explore and find a useful value to add, then I think we definitely would want to explore that. But also half the battle is making sure we just track all of the right work in the right place so that we don't get too far down a path where somebody says, hey, we're already doing that, or this is, redundant to work that's in the works elsewhere. So I think definitely more discussion to have. And I know Mike and Susan are on our list to connect with, as well as Carrie, and would really love to think more about how this could potentially be beneficial for the whole region and something the Alliance could be a part of.
Thank you.
Thanks, Krista. Thanks, John. Executive Director Burton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just in response to Ms. Spenson's question or raising of this issue, I think a lot of us are intrigued by this cumulative effects analysis. As we talk on staff, it's hard for us to imagine doing much with that. I think the expertise needed to do that is just beyond what we do. That's not to say that we have nothing to contribute to it, but it would be, at least from my vantage point, it would need to be some sort of an interagency effort. And so as we're discussing and considering that type of a thing here, sometimes the council is in a good position to encourage that kind of an effort. So maybe some sort of correspondence to several agencies encouraging this conversation that John Hansen just alluded to could be something that the council could do to help keep that ball rolling or get that ball rolling, and look to Carrie to see if any other thoughts from our perspective come to mind on that also.
Carrie?
Thank you. No, I think the conversation is really helpful here. And we've heard from some of the potential partners, and I concur with what Merrick and council members have said. I don't have anything in particular to add, but I do appreciate the interest in it and the potential for partnering or supporting efforts, whoever may lead the charge on that.
Okay. John Ugers?
Thanks. I just, wanted to voice my support for that idea that the concept is good. The purpose is good. I don't know that the council or our advisory bodies is the right place to do it. So I'd support seeking that assistance outside the council.
Okay. Sharon Kiefer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The conversation is going the direction of some issues or concerns or even more background to help me. First of all, my thanks to the Marine Planning Committee. Amazing amount of information, but I do want to circle back to the fact that you have asked for some very specific guidance from the council in regards to the a coast-wide cumulative effects analysis and the vision quest. When I hear cumulative effects analysis, I immediately go into NEPA mode, which I'm sure you're aware is a fairly detailed, comprehensive type of analysis if done appropriately. So I guess I'm asking the Marine Planning Committee, are you really thinking NEPA mode for this effort, or is this really more of a little higher level document that then the council could use to help inform other EISs being prepared, such as we heard BOEM describe, so that we are able to inform those processes and even, provide, or are you really thinking the deep down cumulative effects analysis? I guess I just need a little more understanding of where you guys in your vision quest think you're going, and then to help the council then provide some feedback to your specific request.
Mike Conroy, you still there, Mike?
Sorry, I had to scramble to get off mute. Appreciate that question. In short, we're not viewing this through the lens of, NEPA compliance or whatnot. It's more sort of the broader scale picture that you were talking about, a higher level document, I think is the language you referenced. We have discussed, you have discussed the need to kind of get a better understanding of, what are the potential cumulative impacts that could arise from all planned developments under different scenarios off of the West Coast. This sort of vision quest idea is meant to tee up those conversations. And as we alluded to during the verbal portion of our report, plant seeds with academia, state and federal agencies, scientific partners, et cetera, into what those research needs that the council would view as important as it carries out its mission of managing fisheries off the West Coast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mike. That gives me much more comfort. And I guess my only recommendation would be perhaps to drop the word analysis from your description, because it is going to be more of, here's what we see as potential cumulative effects, but the committee is not going to dive deep and do analysis.
Okay, thanks, sir. Further discussion? Motion? Heather Hall?
Well, thank you. I'm not sure if we need a motion or not, but I did want to offer my support for how this conversation evolved in the development of the Vision Quest. And thinking about that and providing that guidance to the MPC, that I think coming back in November with continuing to work on that and coming back in November with a little bit more. I also wanted to just add the input that was provided on in thinking about the transnational stocks and how that might fit into that framework. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're right. We don't just have a motion. There is a letter, I believe here, a draft comment letter, I think that we need to approve. And I think before I go to you, Krista, I think with minor edits potentially, but not too much work on that. So Krista.
I do have a motion, if you would like one, that covers that, along with a couple of other topics.
Bob, do you want to say something before we go to a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question maybe for Bohm. Earlier, I referenced the MPC Vision Quest and cumulative impacts slide regarding the area that was represented off of San Jose, south of San Francisco there on that chart. And our MPC didn't seem to have a lot of information. I'm wondering if Bohm could reference that and maybe give us a little more enlightenment of what that means, because it sure took me by surprise.
Yeah, Rick?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to say I am not sure either. My screen is not great, and it was a little hard for me to see that, but I do think it was right there at San Jose. And if it is, as you all rightly mentioned, if it's within a national marine sanctuary, BOEM would certainly have no authority there. My overall thought that I would offer about all of this is the same as Mike Conroy's statement about the AB 525 report. That sea space they identified is very likely a very good indicator of where the state and then BOEM, perhaps in the future, may also be seriously looking at future planning. And if I remember correctly, that area in San Jose was not part of the sea space, but I don't have it in front of me. So I guess the answer is I don't have a lot of information about that area. I do think that the AB 525 is a good place to check that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay. Krista?
Okay, well, I saw a motion up there. I'm going to read off of my own version, which I believe is the same, unless you would be so kind as to make the font a little bit bigger on the screen so that I can read it clearly. Thank you. Okay, I move the council adopt the E3 Supplemental Attachment 1 Draft Comment Letter to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management with the inclusion of the Habitat Committee, Supplemental HC Report 1, proposed edits from Supplemental HC, excuse me, I've got 2 in there, so if you could strike the parentheses, supplemental HC report 1. Here we go. I'm going to restart this. I move the council adopt the E3 supplemental attachment 1 draft comment letter to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management with the inclusion of the Habitat Committee proposed edits from supplemental HC report 1, and direct the Marine Planning Committee to draft a quick response comment letter for the council consideration of the California Energy Commission's parentheses CEC Assembly Bill 525 parentheses AB 525 draft strategic plan for offshore wind development, and through council discussion provide guidance on a potential coastwide long-term cumulative effects analysis for the future of offshore wind on the Pacific coast.
Okay, Krista, is the language accurate?
It is now. Thank you.
Okay, second.
Second.
Second by Sharon Kiefer. Thank you, Sharon. Please speak your motion, Krista. It's appropriate.
Thank you. Based upon my past motions on this topic, I continue to be supportive of the council's engagement in the BOEM process, requesting a solution for best siting of offshore wind on Oregon's coast. I'm appreciative of all the work that's been done by the Marine Planning Committee and the advisory panels to date on this topic, and for the inclusion of the letter from the Oregon Coastal Caucus. And I believe that the council needs to continue to support our fisheries stakeholders. I also want to recognize that this is a busy time for the Marine Planning Committee and other stakeholders engaged in this process, and that we are potentially through the guidance on additional analysis. And I will say that I appreciated the comments around initial analysis. I think we can change the verbiage on that. I'm not quite ready to call it a vision quest, but I think that it is important, and I think we need to recognize the bandwidth within our process and do some outreach to others as we pick that up. I also wanted to include some thoughts around my rationale for providing guidance. I think it's twofold. I continue to believe that wind energy and other marine activities, which we're not going to include, but I am going to include in my comments, I do think that we have an awful lot potentially going on off of our coast, and taking the time now and starting with wind, which is actively in front of us, but really thinking about that as the springboard for other topics such as offshore mining, aquaculture, or anything else that may be coming our way is imperative. I think it will be very likely that it will fundamentally change fisheries and habitats off the Pacific coast. And I do see the need for a cumulative effects study of some kind to help us in the council process, but also to help our stakeholders understand what our future ecosystems are likely to look like and to produce. We heard that this topic come up in our other cross FMP agenda items this week, specifically under the National Marine Sanctuaries Coral Restoration Project, from public stakeholders who are already feeling the effects of cumulative impacts. And we also heard in that agenda item about bites of an apple. And my concern is that we've already peeled, pared, and probably pulped that apple, and what really remains is the core. So I think we need to be really careful here that we don't consume the seeds of that apple, which are our future. And just as apples don't have a single seed, we need to be mindful of fishermen, the ecosystem in which they work, and other areas that will be impacted should we undertake this work. I envision the discussion around this topic to come up again under future workload planning. I know we had mention of it coming up as a potentially November agenda item, and I'm absolutely mindful of council time, which is why I'm not making the request now that we just put it on there. I think it would be beneficial, whether that's through some indirect outreach. We heard appetite potentially from Wacoa this morning, and I don't know that there is time between now and the end of the week to kind of flesh out what that or other agencies may have. And we may want to put it down as a shaded item to give our team time to do that outreach through letters or other forms of engagement. So it is not my intention that we slam something right now, but I do think through the conversation this morning that there is interest in how we support our fishermen that are out there and our ecosystem, including all of the animals that are there that are going to see a lot more activity than they may be used to.
Well said. Krista, questions for the motion maker? Discussion on the motion? Or I guess we'll call for the question. See no hands. So, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Opposed, no. Abstentions? All right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Very well. Carrie? Oh, right.
Yeah, thanks. I was just waiting for the motion and any discussion on it to complete. I just wanted to note before the agenda item closed, especially as we talk about the potential for this cumulative impact work, just though West Coast region is working with the science centers on a draft wind energy strategic science plan. It may feed into this. It's not ready for review yet. That's why I didn't want to make a big deal. We've had a number of tribal engagement sessions initially, and then we're hoping to present this probably at some point at a future council meeting. So just wanted to note that that is coming, and we'll be happy to present to the council at a future agenda item. Thanks.
Okay. Corey Writings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank Krista for the motion. I was ready to go on a vision quest, but I appreciated the comments today. Look forward to seeing the next iterations of that. Also, thanks especially for including QR response letter around the California Energy Commission around that draft strategy. So thanks for that. This continues to be an important issue. I think we've continued to hear and learn a lot about the potential impacts. So this work continues to just be really important. And I'm just very grateful for the work of the EWG and our council staff. So.
Okay, thanks, Corey. All right. And now, Carrie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. That was a good discussion. And I think with the motion and the guidance, that concludes your business for this agenda item. And just to summarize, I heard endorsement of the current draft letter on the notice of intent for Oregon with some edits suggested for the HC. So we'll get that sent out. I heard support for the sort of long-term, not necessarily NEPA style cumulative impacts analysis. And I appreciated that discussion too. And it was good to get that clarification. And we heard from NIMS and John Hansen that there's interest in that. And so we'll continue that discussion. And yeah, and I think that, I think that concludes your business for this item. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie. And thanks to Rick Yard and the rest of the Boom staff for being online, and John Hansen for participating. So, okay. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. 10-minute break. 10-minute break, and we'll see you at 9:35.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, if we could get started here pretty quick. This is your 1 minute warning. All right, I've got the green paddle, so welcome back. With that, I'd like to say we're going to go to jump over salmon and go to groundfish, F3. To point out that Lynn Mattis is now in the Oregon seat, and Mark Grelnick, I believe, is a little under the weather this morning, so he's going to be taking the meeting online, I believe. So with that, I'll pass the gavel to Vice Chair Hasmer to start us off.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. That was an accurate 30-yard pass. And I will turn to Marlene Bellman to give us an introduction to this agenda item.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. This is agenda item F3, initial stock assessment plan in terms of reference. This agenda item covers initial planning for groundfish stock assessments, which are anticipated to be completed in 2025 and 2027 to inform the harvest specifications and management measures for fisheries in 2027 and beyond. Additionally, the council will consider draft terms of reference for the stock assessment process to be conducted in 2025 and 2026. The council is scheduled to adopt a preliminary list of groundfish species and which type of assessment to conduct. The council will be provided a presentation from the Northwest Fishery Science Center on proposed stock assessment priorities and the prioritization ranking exercise that they complete to support the decision-making process. In addition, there are 3 draft terms of reference that guide the stock assessment process. The first specifies how stock assessment reviews should occur. The second is related to the development of rebuilding analyses, and the third guides methodology reviews. Recommendations to the full SSC on process improvements to the stock assessment process and the terms of reference were provided in a SSC Groundfish Subcommittee report from their January meeting that is found in the SSC materials section of the briefing book. I'll note that the council is scheduled to make final decisions on groundfish stock assessment planning at your June meeting. The materials to support this item, there are several attachments related to this prioritization exercise and the data that's available for assessments, as well as the draft terms of reference with suggested edits. There are 3 advisory body reports from the SSC, the GMT, and the GAP.
Thank you. First, I will look around and see if there are any questions on the process here on this agenda item, and I'm not seeing any hands. So I think we'll go directly to the Science Center report. And we have Dr. Chantel Wetzel, Dr. Jim Hasty here. welcome you up to the table. And your presentation is on the screen. So good morning, both of you. And whenever you're ready. The microphone, please.
Push. I'm so bad with following directions. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. My name is Jim Hasty. I manage the Population Ecology Program at the Northwest Fishery Science Center, where one of our prime missions is to conduct groundfish assessments for the West Coast. And I'm with
Dr. Chantel Wetzel. I am a stock assessor at the Northwest Fishery Science Center and was lead analyst on this year's assessment prioritization.
So next slide, please. Thank you. So what we hope to cover today here is to go through the analysis that we've developed for this year and help you identify a preliminary list of species for consideration for final decision in June to be assessed next year. We'll quickly go through and review the factors and the ranking of species, of the top species for those factors in this year's package. We'll have a brief discussion on what the calendar looks like for next year and some of the factors that affect our ability to schedule star panels. And also talk about a little bit about our capacity, how many assessments we think we can do, and we'll spend more time evaluating that between now and June, as well as those decisions will also depend on how many modeled areas we're expecting with particular species. And then if desired, we can discuss any of the additional material that was provided as part of this agenda item. Next. I'd like to draw your attention to a fabulous new website that Chantel led the development of over the last year. There's a link to this site there at the bottom of this slide, and also at the very beginning of the first attachment in your materials. And basically what Chantel has done is translated the old approach that had an Excel workbook into an application that allows greater flexibility. And we hadn't planned to illustrate what that looks like, but we're certainly willing to provide help to anybody, following the meeting on how to navigate that if it's desired. Next, please. Thank you. So there are several factors within the analysis that are that capture fishery importance. One of those is for commercial. In the past, in order to help species rotate through the priorities, we had included in the assessment frequency factor a negative score for species that were, or a negative element within the scoring for species that had been assessed in the previous cycle, just to sort of downweight, give those some extra downweight, because some of them, like petrale sablefish and black rockfish, are always right up there towards the top if you don't do that. And so just to sort of draw some attention away from those, we had done that. Chantel came up with a good idea to take that element out of the assessment frequency and include that in all of the fishery importance sections there. So you'll see there's a -2 that goes into calculating the final factor score for species that were assessed in the previous cycle. Other than that, I think were maybe some minor changes in how the revenues were translated into scores, perhaps, but nothing else major in terms of changes here. And you can see the ones that form the top 10 there. Next slide, please. We also have a tribal fishery importance factor, and that is a combination of the revenue that's earned by tribal fishers, as well as another score that reflects the traditional value of these species in the tribal communities. And so as part of this year's exercise, Chantel reached back out to tribal representatives, and to the extent that changes were recommended, we've incorporated those in as part of the overall scoring for this factor. Next slide, please. We also have, of course, a recreational factor. In the recreational fishery, the information we have primarily on a species-specific basis is catch weights. And so we don't have a direct analog to get to revenue like we do in the commercial fishery to have a metric for ranking these species. And obviously some species are much more important than others within the recreational fishery, or the satisfaction, if you will, of catching one species is maybe very different from catching another. And so what we created years ago was a pseudo price that was developed in consultation with the GMT members from each of the states and in their consultation with their fishing industries to capture this difference in value across species. And so as with the tribal importance, Chantel worked with the GMT state members again to revisit those pseudo prices and change those as recommended by the state GMT members. Next slide, please. We have another factor here that captures the relationship between fishing mortality and the specifications for a stock. In this case, what we're showing here on the screen is the relationship to the overfishing limit. And so at the very top of this, you can see some percentages over on the far right-hand side that are bolded and in red, where the estimated fishing mortality for the species is greater than the OFL. Generally speaking, that doesn't occur that often, but where it does occur, it's usually in situations where species are part of an assemblage and they're contributing an OFL contribution to the assemblage, but the assemblage is not always being managed to hold every species within that assemblage below its OFL contribution. And much of the reason for that is the challenge in monitoring those amounts of catch in season, because they almost always rely on species composition sampling, and there's a lag between when that information is available and the ability to make in-season decisions. So generally here, the higher the percentage of the OFL, the fuller attainment that we're making of the OFL, the higher the score. Next slide, please. I think this is our final sort of fishery-related element here, which has been labeled traditionally constituent demand, but it has become a factor where we've included a number of things. One of those is relates to the extent to which species are choke stocks. And so if they're constraining the catch of other healthy species, that is to the extent that we believe that's happening, then that elevates the score. There's also an aspect of this for many of our stocks that are coast-wide stocks. They may be much more important in one portion of the coast than overall. And so in situations where an overall score might be lower, but let's say in the hook and line fishery, that species is much more important. Or between recreational and commercial, a species might be much more important to that sector than it is in the overall ranking. And so because of that more localized importance, then we've used this as a place where we can elevate the scores of some of those species that have greater importance to some group as we've looked at it here. And then the other major element here is looking at what have our recent fishing mortalities been, and how do those compare with the projected or anticipated OFL ACLs for those stocks in the upcoming 25-26 timeframe. So to the extent that we think management is likely to have to respond to situations where more catch constraints may be needed to stay within the ACLs that we're anticipating will be published by the beginning of next year. That also elevates the score for this factor. Okay, overall. Okay. Next slide, please. Then we have a factor that relates to stock status. I think this is the factor that there's probably been the most discussion on in terms of how the scoring is conducted and what elements, how this scoring might change in the future. We had good discussion with the SSC on that. But basically, stocks that have been assessed previously and have a lower relative stock status compared with the unfished level get higher scores within this. And so you can see right at the top, quillback there. And I would note too that the fraction unfished for all of these species is a weighted average of whatever models are conducted along the coast. So California, the stock that we've been talking about is well below 25%. But when you average the results of that assessment and the Oregon and Washington assessments, that's where that 25% comes from. And just for purposes of simplifying the analysis and the presentation of the results, we've looked at all of these species on a coastwide basis. So they aren't picking out the individual assessment results for sub areas. Of course, many of our species haven't been assessed with Category 1 or Category 2 methods that provide us with reliable estimates of stock status. And so for those species, then you'll see there's a PSA score, vulnerability score that I think you talked about a little bit yesterday, that is used to as a surrogate measure reflecting the vulnerability of those stocks, both in productivity and susceptibility to fishing, as based on the analysis that was conducted over a decade ago. And so we have placeholder scores that we've assigned for different ranges of those PSA scores. So the highest PSA scores are receiving a factor score of 6, which, as you can see, puts those species in a tie for second highest score within this process. Next, please. Thank you. We mercifully don't have many species anymore that are actively or planned for rebuilding. And so there's only 2 species currently that receive a scoring bonus for this factor. All of the others are 0, yellow eye and quillback. And we have a note there in this slide as well that in the last catch-only projection, was that last year? Yeah. The median 50% probability expectation was that the stock would get back up very close to the 40% rebuilding target by 2028. So an assessment then in our odd numbered year process of conducting assessments, looking towards an assessment in 2029, for instance, there would have a greater expectation of that assessment finding the stock to be rebuilt than one prior to that. But of course, these are uncertain projections going forward from the catch-only assessment. And so that catch-only projection didn't include any of the other new information other than the updated catch stream. So we're still fundamentally working on the last assessment that was conducted. Next slide, please. We have a factor that captures some aspects of ecosystem importance. These currently, and have for the last couple of cycles, focused on the value of our groundfish species as both prey items and as predators of other species within the ecosystem. And this factor has been developed primarily by Dr. Kristen Marshall of our program, who's also on the SSC. We have had some talks about expanding some of these considerations, and I can talk more about that later if desired. Next slide, please. There are many different types of new information that might be relevant to whether it's timely to conduct a new assessment, or whether there might be extra motivation to conduct a new assessment. Some of those relate to there might be new research. One could imagine, say, new research that illustrates that there is a genetic differentiation along the coast, say, for a stock or a species that has been assessed on a coast-wide basis, that might suggest the next assessment should be partitioned into a couple of areas. Or there might be some new research about agent growth or maturity that reflects an important difference from what has been used in the past. So where we see new information of those types, that provides an elevation to the score. Also, if there are new trends in survey information or composition information that would suggest a value in having a new assessment that can take that into account and see how much that changes our understanding of both the stock size and the trends. And of course, you know, the most recent example of something like that was the unplanned sablefish update from last year, where, you know, we saw this new information from the survey that suggested strong recruitment and heard anecdotal evidence from the fishing industry as well. And so this is where that kind of information, where it's available, comes into the analysis. Next slide, please. Then we have probably the most complicated factor within the group that looks at assessment frequency, looks at the time since the last assessment. So how old is the most recent assessment for a species, and compares that to a derived target assessment frequency. This factor plays, as you might imagine, an important role in rotating species through the rankings. You might have a species that isn't quite as important for the fishery aspects, some of the other aspects within the analysis, but as it moves beyond its target frequency, let's say it has a target frequency of 8 years, as it moves beyond to 10, 12, 14 years, and we do have species that haven't been assessed in that long, in addition to others that have never been assessed, then this score elevates, and that in turn elevates the ranking of the species. So sometimes that's why you see more species that might be considered a more intermediate value showing up higher in the rankings, is because they haven't been assessed in a very long time. This factor has also undergone probably more change than any of the others since 2 years ago. Based on the original prioritization guidance from headquarters, that's part of a technical memorandum on the subject that was edited by Dr. Rick Mathot. The initial efforts to derive this frequency relied on the average age of catch in the fishery. And we lived with that for quite a while, but that information is generally only available for species that have had Category 1 or Category 2 assessments, where there's been a lot of aging that has been conducted from fishery samples. And that catch age didn't reflect the relevance of each species' longevity for determining the target frequencies. So I think this has been a valuable change, and then that in replacing using a metric of maximum age instead of average catch age, and then that maximum age, similarly to in the past, is modified by the degree of recruitment variability that we've seen. So a stock that's subject to, or is more likely or capable of producing great variability in recruitment size, is more likely to need more frequent assessment, so that we aren't missing either a large recruitment event or some string of bad recruitments as well. In addition to that, there are measures of fishery and ecosystem importance that go into modifying that maximum age for determining frequency. And then, as I mentioned before, the penalty for having been assessed in the prior cycle has been removed from this and shifted over. So that's another change in this factor from previously. Next slide, please. And so here is a listing that shows some of those elements and the top species. And many of them, as you can see there in the years since last assessment, most of our top scoring species within this category have not been assessed in at least 10 years. Next slide, please. So then we get to the overall ranking where all of the individual factor scores are brought together. There's a weighting that's applied. And I'd note too, in the past, that weighting was fixed within the workbook that I distributed in the website that's now available. People can go in and play around with assigning different weights to different factors. So there's a greater opportunity for people to explore the impact of different alternative weightings on the rankings across species. Not surprisingly, because of the fishery attainment and status factors, Colback is right towards the top of the list. I would note here too that while sablefish is ranked number 11, that ranking reflects the assessed last cycle penalty, and but would also note that the update that we conducted last year was an abbreviated update. And so just to let you know, if that penalty weren't included there, I think sablefish would be second, maybe something like that. So you can see the impact of including that penalty. But I think given some of the uncertainties that surround both the amount of time that was available for that assessment last year and the nature of the information, the limited selectivity of those young sablefish within both the fishery selectivity and the survey selectivity, there's reason to consider that a ranking higher than 11th for sablefish might be justified in this. Next slide, please. We've shown here in the presentation a selected 3-month period of what is presented on the website for May, June, and July. There aren't many weeks. In fact, the only week that we've highlighted here that would clearly be available to feed in benchmark assessment results to the June council meeting, given its timing, would be the week that spans April and May. We would note that even the week after that, the week of May 5th, would correspond to a data deadline of February 10th. And so what that implies is that all of the data that are going into the assessment need to be either provided by the data sources or need to be reviewed and signed off on by the data sources by February 10th for a STAR panel that would be conducted in that first full week in May. And that's very early for getting complete fishery data in particular. So it may be more realistic. You can discern then for a panel the first week in June, that would be March 10th instead of February 10th. And at the very end here, the last week in July would correspond to a dated deadline in that first week in May. And that's a 12-week period. 3 of those weeks reflect moving back from the STAR panel start. The draft document has to be distributed 2 weeks before that, the start of the panel, to the reviewers, and there's a week of internal review that occurs before that. So what we're talking about really is a 9-week period for the stat to develop, explore the model, and write up the assessment document to be distributed. Anything else there? I would note too there that each one of those months has a federal holiday in it. And so the combination of federal holidays, the council meeting, and deadlines for review, it might be possible for an update, potentially an update conducted by the course that we have traditionally taught at University of Washington, to come into the SSC prior to the June meeting. But it does look like it would be much more challenging to get results from a benchmark and STAR panel consideration, because there's time after the panel that's needed to finalize both the STAR panel report and to revise the stock assessment document if there are any changes that that came out of the review meeting. Now, next slide, sorry. And then just a brief word on our assessment capacity for 2025. Looking at the folks that we have available right now on our staffs, between us and the Southwest Center Santa Cruz shop that contributes to our groundfish assessments, it would probably be safe to think that we could support 3 STAR panels again next year. I would note that our staffing of both assessment scientists and support staff is less now than it was 10 years ago. I think we hit our peak around 2013. And I would mention too that we're planning to bring forward a report as part of the science report in April that will more explicitly speak to changes in assessment capacity and in the demand for assessments as reflected in this growing inventory of species that we've already assessed with category 1 or 2 methods. And so hoping to provide the council with more information about that and our ability to attain these target frequencies for the full suite of assessments, the species that we've assessed with the more data-rich methods. Finally, a note, we're hoping that we can add a couple of term employees, one through the CEPI program, that's a climate ecosystem fisheries initiative, I think. We've interviewed people for that position, and so one of the positions that is being the center is trying to hire as part of that process would have some involvement directly in assessments and then in other sort of environmentally related research that we would expect could help inform future assessments. But that person, if we're able to bring them on board, would be able to help with an assessment, provide an extra person to support within a STAR panel, somebody who's more experienced. Additionally, we're trying to hire one other person that would be shared between the assessment survey groups on a term basis, so not a permanent hire, but somebody who could definitely help And so if we're able to get both of those, that might free us up to conduct either more updates or an additional star panel. And so I think we're at the end here finally. Sorry to take so long.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to look around and see if there are any questions for Drs. Hasty and Wetzel here on the Science Center presentation. I see Chair Pettinger, I see Lynn Mattis, I see Phil Anderson, so we will start in that order.
Thank you, Jim, for the presentation. Earlier in your slides, you talked about the fishery importance, the commercial, and the native tribal, and then there's a revenue column. And I'm kind of curious what that revenue amounts to, because I see sablefish revenue for commercial, it's like $94,000. I see revenue for tribal, it's $8.65 million. So what's going on there?
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Wonderful question. The revenue there is the cumulative total of ex-vessel revenue in PACFIN. But I think you are pointing out that that is surprisingly high in the tribal relative to the commercial. So I'll have to double check and make sure that's calculated correctly. It's the same processing for both, but I will validate that that's correct. But I would expect—
Is the commercial one averaged?
No, it's not averaged. Okay. I would expect that regardless of what the value is, sablefish is probably very high to the tribal fishery as well, but I will validate that. Thank you.
Those the commercial revenues are in thousands of dollars as well. So that's 30 million.
Thank
you. In the fishery importance, or not 30, but 94 million rather than 94,000.
Oh, so it's 8.65 million for the tribal fishery?
I think those are just the tribal ones are just in dollars.
Okay.
I knew there was some difference between the two,
Okay.
but I wasn't remembering
Great.
quickly what it was.
Thank you. I think that's exactly the issue. Thank you, Jim.
All right, thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. And as you all know, I love me a good spreadsheet. But I think this new tool is going to be helpful as we move forward. As much as we all like Dr. Hasty's old spreadsheet, this seems a little more interactive, a little easier to update, and a little easier for a lot of people to be able to read and understand. I do have two questions if the Vice Chair will allow. The first one is, why are some of the species not broken out how they've been currently defined as stocks? For example, you have quillback and not quillback as we've recently adopted the stock definitions. Is that going to be part of a next iteration?
So, thank you, Ms. Mattis through Vice Chair Hessemer. I'll give my take on it and let Jim expand or revise that. Given the number of potential stocks once we get through the stock definition process, in my take, it becomes slightly unwieldy that right now we have just everything as one single species coastwide, and that's 65 species total within this tool. And so this is a way to condense that information on a coastwide basis, but that hopefully will get us some kind of understanding of the species as a whole, acknowledging that maybe it might be masking some signals within each state or stock area. Additionally, the second part is that often historically, when we've chosen to assess a species, we do it across its range, regardless of how many stocks or model areas that will be. If that continues to be the precedent or the process that we follow, we may want to think of everything collectively.
Yes, I would agree with all of those comments, and there might be a role, just as in the constituent demand, where we've taken a look at situations where stock or species may be more important to one sector than it is in the overall. There might be a role for looking at stock status or fishery attainment within each of the model areas, if that's or each of the stock defined areas, and using some metric that if there's a greater attainment in one area than is reflected in the coastwide, that you could capture that difference within the process. But I think that's something for future consideration. But I would agree that, if we start expanding this with three rows for every nearshore stock, that's going to make it a lot harder more challenging to draw the information together, and also more challenging for people to make their way through it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate those explanations. And then if I may, the second question.
Please.
On the new information and research, the slide says source is bottom trawl and hook and line surveys. My understanding is right now that's all that's included in new information and research. So this wouldn't include any state surveys. It doesn't include any work by academia or by industry. Will that be incorporated at some point? Or is this just going to strictly be federal new information? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Mattis. I think that's a very good question and something I've been struggling with, because while the Northwest Fishery Science Center survey data sets contain a lot of information, they don't contain everything that could be brought to bear in future assessments. The current challenge is getting all the different data sets that could influence a new assessment into this process in time for this March meeting. I plan to continue working with states and thinking about how we could do that and what are those key data sets. Can we identify state-specific surveys that would really should be considered in this process, and those data metrics would be available for me to include the analysis. But that is something we're definitely thinking about, how to better capture information that could support any assessment in the future.
Okay, thank you. So this is it's a work in progress. This is the first blush at it, and you're working on those other things. I appreciate that information.
And that might have an impact also on what would be included for certain species in the future in the huge data file as well. Which if you've looked at that, includes information from both the trawl survey and the hook and line survey, at least the composition information from those right now. And so if these other sources of survey data were readily available in a timely manner, at least going into the June meeting, potentially some of that information for species for which it's relevant could be included in our, I think, 60 gigabyte data file.
Thank you. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I have 3 questions, if you can indulge me with that many. And I'm hoping you haven't answered all 3 of them already, and I just missed it. One slide had ecosystem importance, and there were 10 species that were ranked on that slide. And I'm just wondering what information was used to rank those species and their relative importance to species as prey and predators within the ecosystem.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. The current process takes output from an ecopath model, and then we provide the current fishing mortality for all the species, and then that scales up or down the importance by species within the ecosystem as predators or prey. That measure currently is relatively static. We updated each cycle with the fishing mortality, but the ecopath metrics are a static measurement. We're working with Kristen Marshall, who's done the current approach, and Dr. Isaac Kaplan at the Northwest Fishery Science Center to move to Atlantis model output, which changes over time to track the whole ecosystem. And then also we've had conversations with the ecosystem working group and different groups at the Northwest Fishery Science Center of how can we incorporate either the, the risk tables the ecosystem working group is currently working on producing, or other metrics that may indicate shifts in the ecosystem or vulnerability to climate change within this factor. And feel free to ask follow-up questions if that didn't fully address your question.
The EcoPath model contains information on diet. And so it works through how much of, or what are spiny dogfish eating and how much of that they're eating. And so in terms of predator impacts, which would be the top-down ones, then that information from EcoPath is informing that particular aspect of it. Bottom up then is looking at it from the other direction as how much are species serving as prey items within the ecosystem. And not surprisingly, most of our groundfish species are only serving as prey when they're younger and smaller.
I was surprised that hake wasn't on the list.
Well, because it would be at the top of both, as I recall, but not included in our biennial cycle process. So we didn't include it here.
My other question was, had the overall ranking slide, and was wondering of these, which are data poor, data moderate, category 1. So we would get a sense, we would have a sense when we looked at this, what was the relative availability of data to inform the assessment.
There are certainly some, like brown rockfish is number 2 on the list, and the only time that has been assessed previously was in 2013 as one of the original data moderate assessments that only included catch and I believe recreational CPE index. I don't know off the top of my head how much additional information would be available for that. Some of the other species like a red-banded, which is in the minor north slope complex, there is trawl survey information for that species, but it has never been assessed previously. I think several of these, rose thorn is probably also in that category.
Yeah, and that's somewhat more difficult to quantify for each species. And so that, my intention, hopefully the attachment 4 and the briefing book would step into that gap that, all right, we see brown as ranked number 2, and that report would provide a summary of the available data by state and source. So we could start thinking about what could be viable to support a future assessment. And same with unassessed species like red-banded and rose thorn.
Your question, though, raises a really good point, or that I think we should make, and is that we haven't come up with a good way to score data availability to include in these rankings. And so these rankings are intended to draw the council's attention and the advisory bodies to species that score highly in these other factors. But then it's vitally important to layer on top of that a review of the available data and the extent, not just do we have data, but how informative those data will be for an assessment on top of these when when we're getting to a final selection. And we don't often have as much time, and we don't know what the interests of the council and its advisors are going to be coming into this meeting. But typically we would spend more time between this meeting and June digging in more detail, looking at data availability on an annual basis to see, what does this translate to? Are all the ages or age structures from 1 year, or do we have a nice stream of them that would allow us, say, from the fishery to characterize removals? So our hope would be to come back with more detailed information that could help the council refine its choices in June.
Thanks for that response. I know, the relative availability of data would be an important factor, at least for me, in considering assessments and species, identifying species for assessments. My last question has to do with the capacity slide, and the first bullet there that probably can't support more than 3 star panels. My understanding is that in the past, we've had star panels that dealt with multiple assessments. So I was trying to translate that into how many assessments that might equate to, and that may be later informed by, well, which species are being selected. But that was a question I had in my mind when you were characterizing capacity by the number of star panels.
And I think if we look at our list of species, I think, some of the recommendations from the advisors for quillback have been to do California only. And so that would be one area. And so the difference between doing that and doing coastwide for quillback next year would be quillback could be one species of 2, say, in a panel, whereas if we did it coastwide, we'd have 3 model areas in the one panel. And as we did with black rockfish last year, that would be the only thing that panel would consider. We have some other species like sablefish, petrale sole, that have been, and widow, that have been single coastwide models in the past. So selecting those species would allow 2 of them to be done within a single panel. In the past, based on genetic studies that have been done, lingcod and yellowtail have had 2 areas, and we would anticipate that would continue. Whether we could combine say lingcod with another 1 area model, I think would be subject to further discussion between now and June and what that would imply. But it's more workload for the panel to get through during the week, and to have the time to get through the presentations on the species and then all of the additional work that is done throughout the week. And if everything goes smoothly, it's not a problem. If there are challenges that arise during the week, then it can get tight.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Chantal and Jim, for being here. Just a question again, looking at slide 15, this is the overall ranking for 2025. And I just want to build on that conversation that I just heard relative to, say, quillback rockfish only being a California assessment versus coastwide. And not that I'm suggesting do more work or break all of these out by their actual FMP stock definition, but could you envision a workload that when we get to this particular slide and we narrow down sort of the top 15 or 18, being able to break that out a little bit more for stocks that do have a definition less than coastwide, so that that could be more of a comprehensive discussion. Certainly not the whole tool and all of it, but when we get down to this decision point, that seems like that would be helpful to keep that context in mind. And I'm sort of asking if that is doable based on what I heard you say, I think, Chantel, which is that there may be some masking of signals going on there, so to ensure that we're all on the same playing field and making sure we're understanding whether we're talking about coastwide versus a state only or whatever might have a big difference in how these might shuffle out when you get down to these top 15.
Thank you, Ms. McKnight. I certainly think that we can look into those possibilities, and we'd be happy to chat with you more between now and June about what that might look like, and share some preliminary thoughts on how we might try to display those separate area aspects of situations where we either have currently or we might anticipate stock definitions that would be at less than a coastwide level, and get your feedback on whether the direction that we think we can head is going to be useful, or if you have some other ideas about elements of that would help.
Thank you.
Further questions? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks both of you for being here. Jim, I think you noted that there was a possible CEFI hire that was coming on to help with stock assessment. Also noted in response to Mr. Anderson's question on ecosystem that it sounds like you may be moving to a more fuller Atlantis model and moving away from the, I think it was EcoSim. So my question is just really about how and capacity to bring climate information into this process.
Do you want to say anything, or I can, or?
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Ridings. This tool is, it's not a static product, so we're always trying to think about how to better evolve it to match what we want to be considering when thinking about selecting stocks for assessment. And so right now, there's currently one factor, that's ecosystem. And we are definitely looking at and thinking about how to modify that to better include different aspects of ecosystem information that would impact our fisheries and maybe influence how often we should be assessing them. That could also play into the assessment frequency factor, but also we could start thinking about, do we need to evolve the fixed weights? Do we need to put more weight on the one factor that's really counting all the ecosystem components? Or do we need to make another factor? Those kind of conversations I hope to continue to have between now and then 2 years into the future to see how we could be making this tool more useful to the council process.
And one, I think, could also imagine a more explicit ecosystem element within new information. So if we have some of these risk table approaches or stoplight type approaches where over time, you might be able to see, okay, we had red lights for this species for 5 years in a row. Even, and particularly in circumstances where we don't have a good survey, that would provide us with the opportunity that we had last time with Petrale to say, okay, we saw lots of small fish in the survey in these 3 years, but we haven't seen much of any since, or very limited amounts. And so I think there's different avenues in which that could come in. I mean, something like the climate vulnerability analysis is something that could feed into the assessment frequency in the way that recruitment variability does right now. A stock that is more susceptible to being impacted negatively by climate change is maybe one that you'd want to keep an eye on more frequently, all other things being equal.
Thanks for that. That's really helpful. Just thinking about, the CVAs, the last CVA took, I think it was 8 years to get out the door. With all due respect to the agency, that's pretty unacceptable. So I'm just going to not hold my breath for that particular tool. So I'm beyond, and I really appreciate your answers about how you're thinking about sort of these columns and the weighting and how you present this. So thank you for all your hard work to do that. Beyond thinking about how those things fit together, it sounds like there's also probably some other new methods and ways you're thinking about bringing climate information. If that's true, can you share a little bit about what those methods are or what they might be or what you're most excited about?
I'm not in a very good position to respond to that right at the moment, I think, but that's something we could certainly report back on again in June.
Yeah, because Jim nor I are, not that we're not ecosystem scientists, that's not where our brains live every day. And so we've been relying heavily on Dr. Marshall and Dr. Oken, who's on the ecosystem working group, and other groups within the Northwest Center to help us frame how we should be thinking about it and bringing ideas to the table of how to improve the tool that we have currently.
I was hoping to review emails that I received from them this morning, and then you folks were too expedient in dispatching marine planning.
Okay, further questions? I don't see any hands, so I think that completes it, but I'm sure Drs. Wetzel and Hasty will be in the room should something further come up as we go through this. We've got 3 reports to go through: Scientific and Statistical Committee, Groundfish Management Team, Groundfish Advisory Panel. We'll take those in that order. So first, I believe Dr. Jason Schaffler is here for the Scientific and Statistical Committee report. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I am Jason Schaffler, a member of the Scientific and Statistical Committee, and I am going to read agenda item F3A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, March 2024, into the record. The Scientific and Statistical Committee, SSC, discussed initial planning for groundfish stock assessments, which are anticipated to be completed in 2025 and 2027 to inform harvest management specifications and management measures for fisheries in 2027 and beyond. These discussions included a review of the draft terms of reference, TOR, for stock assessment process to be conducted in 2025 through 2026, and the need to develop a code of conduct for all SSC meetings, including stock assessment review panels. After the 2023 stock assessment cycle, the SSC recognized a need to develop a code of conduct that identifies the expectations of all participants in the stock assessment process. The SSC will work with council staff to develop a code of conduct for all SSC meetings, including those related to the stock assessment reviews and meetings of the SSC subcommittees. The 2025 stock assessments will inform the harvest specifications and management decisions for groundfish fisheries in 2027 and beyond. Doctors Jim Hasty and Chantel Wetzel were present to answer questions regarding the framework for identifying the highest priority stocks for assessment in the upcoming cycle. This year, an online groundfish assessment prioritization tool for ranking species replaces the Excel workbook that was used in previous cycles. Notable changes include updates to tribal and recreational rankings and how the constituent demand factor is calculated. The SSC agrees that the online assessment tool is ready for use. Pardon me 1 second while I get some water. The SSC offered guidance to Dr. Wetzel on how the tool could be improved in the future. For the next cycle, the SSC recommends considering using the productivity susceptibility analysis as an alternative to or in combination with stock status for previously assessed stocks, as well as reevaluating how the PSA is used for stocks that have not yet been assessed. The SSC also recommends adding more climate and ecosystem information in the future, including an exploration of how the risk table developed under the Fisheries Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4 may be used in the stock prioritization process. Additionally, the SSC recommends that for stocks where the most recent assessment was an update, the time since the last benchmark assessment be considered as well. To facilitate decisions regarding assessment prioritization related to workload, the SSC has taken the prioritization table from attachment 1 and added 2 columns denoting which assessments could be candidates for updates relative to benchmark assessments and the likely number of models that might need to be developed for each species, recognizing that these are estimates pending stock definition analyses. Note that several assessments listed in Table 2 of Attachment 1 are also candidates for update assessments, but are not ranked in the top 25 species from the prioritization effort. The SSC could provide additional information on potential use of assessment updates for species and stocks determined to be council priorities in June. The SSC reviewed 3 draft tours. The tours for methodology review and rebuilding analyses under agenda item F3 supplemental attachments 6 and 7 are largely unchanged since 2022. The changes to the tours that will guide the Groundfish stock assessment process during 2025 and 2026 reflect outcomes in the SSC Groundfish Subcommittee report. From the Groundfish Assessment 2023 process review meeting held in January 2024, including recommendations from the stock assessment authors. The need to better integrate input from the Groundfish management team and the Groundfish advisory subpanel during the last cycle was noted, and revisions have been proposed to address this. The report also noted the need for greater communication between advisory bodies, stakeholders, and council members prior to adopting assessments, e.g. pre-assessment data workshops and the evening session for stock assessments. The Groundfish Subcommittee will continue work on updating the draft tours for finalization at the June 2024 council meeting. The tour should be updated to note that SSC members who served on a stat or star panel are welcome to contribute to discussions, but would be required to recuse themselves if details of the assessment come up for a vote. The SSC requests guidance from the council on the usefulness of the stock assessment one-page summaries and whether the council would like the assessment teams to produce them. And then that concludes the statement. And I would note that table 1 is pasted below the statement.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. Schaffler on the SSC report? Doesn't look like there are any hands here, so thank you very much. Next, we'll have the Groundfish Management Team report. Katie Pearson is here to deliver that. Good morning, Katie.
Good morning, Vice Chair Hasmer. Good morning, council members. My name is Katie Pearson for the record, and I'll be reading Supplemental GMT Report 1. Preliminary recommendations of species to be assessed in 2025. The Groundfish Management Team's recommended list of species to assess in 2025 is shown as in Table 1. These include a combination of top-ranked species from the National Marine Fisheries Service Assessment Prioritization Analysis and lower ranked species that the GMT identified as possibly being higher priority for assessment due to a range of factors. The GMT recognizes that the number of recommendations is likely to exceed age reading and assessor capacity. However, the GMT wanted to provide a comprehensive list at this time with the intention of further refinement in June 2024. In general, the GMT recommends not assessing any nearshore rockfish species in 2025 because the stock definitions phase 2 may result in differences in who is responsible for how nearshore species are managed. This recommendation does not apply to quillback rockfish off of California, as the GMT understands this is a species of concern and is unlikely to be removed from the FMP or delegated. And then you will see table 1, in which we have GMT priority species. So we have top priority, we have alternate and other. The top priority species are sablefish for a benchmark assessment coast-wide, quillback rockfish off of California, benchmark assessment south of 42, rough-eye black-spotted rockfish, benchmark coast-wide, yellowtail rockfish, benchmark either both north and south or benchmark south and update north, chili pepper, benchmark coast-wide, widow rockfish, update coast-wide. The alternate species would be aurora rockfish for an update or a benchmark coast-wide, and red-banded rockfish, benchmark coast-wide. The other priorities are canary rockfish for a catch-only projection update coast-wide, and short spine thorny head for a catch-only projection update coast-wide. We have rationale for selected species to be assessed in 2025. Sablefish, benchmark assessment. Sablefish is a valuable groundfish species, and based on the stock status estimates in the most recent limited update assessment conducted in 2023, the continued strong incoming recruitments, the GMT recommends that sablefish be assessed in 2025 using a benchmark assessment. Conducting a benchmark assessment in 2025 for sablefish can provide more informed estimates about recent strong recruitments due to the additional observations by the fishery and survey to better inform future management, while also providing the ability to address modeling issues and uncertainties identified by the 2019 stack assessment and review star panel. California quillback rockfish benchmark assessment. GMT recommends a benchmark assessment of California quillback rockfish to be conducted in 2025. This stock was identified as a high priority based on the results of the 2021 length-based data moderate assessment and the subsequent overfishing declaration. Having the opportunity to incorporate all available data, not just those specified in the groundfish tour for data moderate assessments, for an assessment would allow stakeholders to have increased confidence in the assessment results and any resulting management actions. A benchmark assessment would allow for the inclusion of additional data relative to the 2021 length-based data moderate assessment, although the additional data available by 2025 that could support a benchmark assessment may continue to be relatively limited. Some of the additional data sources that could be evaluated for inclusion in a benchmark assessment are fishery-dependent catch per unit effort time series, recreational, fishery-independent indices of abundance and composition, per unit effort times, fishery independent indices of abundance and composition, data from California Department of Wildlife, and marine applied research and exploration, remote operated vehicle, and California Collaborative Fisheries Research Program, and any available ages to support the estimation of growth and annual recruitment deviations within the model. Rough-eye black-spotted rockfish benchmark assessment. The GMT recommends the benchmark assessment of rough-eye black-spotted rockfish in 2025. Rough-eye black-spotted rockfish was last assessed in 2013 and identified by the GMT during the last cycle as a species for assessment consideration in 2023, based on the time since the last assessment and that recent removals have been approaching the annual catch limits for this stock. However, feedback from the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife indicated that only a limited number of otoliths have been aged, leaving a large number of collected otoliths to be read. This, combined with challenges in aging rough-eye black-spotted rockfish, led the GMT to propose delaying the assessment of this stock until 2025. Anticipating this would provide the needed time to complete adequate age reads. There continues to be a substantial number of otoliths available to be read to support the next assessment, and feedback from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center about anticipated aging ability difficulty in reading otoliths to determine age, and age reading capacity for rough-eye black-spotted can better inform whether a 2025 benchmark assessment is viable. Yellowtail rockfish. Yellowtail rockfish was last assessed in 2017. At that time, only yellowtail rockfish north of 4010 degrees north latitude resulted in a scientific and statistical committee SSC endorsed benchmark assessment. The model for the population south of 4010 was withdrawn by the SAC assessment team due to model uncertainty. Current mortality of yellowtail rockfish north of 4010 between 2018 and 2022 on average is approximately 53% of the overfishing limit. However, effort may be moving onto the shelf due to other council actions, which could result in increased catches, especially south of 4010, where changes in the non-trawl RCA could allow additional access to areas where yellowtail rockfish are commonly encountered. The GMT recommends a benchmark assessment of yellowtail rockfish south of 4010 and either a benchmark or an update assessment for yellowtail rockfish north of 4010. Chili pepper rockfish was most recently assessed in 2015 as an update of the 2007 benchmark assessment. However, in 2017, a historical catch-only update was conducted to correct for errors in historical catch estimates between 1916 and 2016. Chili pepper rockfish is a commercially important species for trawl, and an increase in fixed gear mortality has been observed. Similarly to widow rockfish mentioned below, it is expected that the actions taken to protect quillback rockfish will continue to concentrate targeted effort on midwater rockfish like chili pepper rockfish. Because of the importance to commercial fisheries, there has been a large volume of fishery-dependent data collected since the last assessment. The GMT recommends a benchmark assessment in 2025 because of the importance to the fishery, the need for accurate estimates of sustainable harvest limits as effort increases, time since last assessed, and the collection of new data. Widow rockfish. With the concentrated effort that is occurring in California on shelf rockfish species, gaining a better understanding of the population dynamics of widow rockfish might be beneficial. The SSC notes that there are no new data sources that could be used in the widow rockfish assessment, and therefore it could be an update assessment. Widow rockfish was on the catch-only update list in the GMT report in June of 2022, but since there has been no more development in this fishery, and due to the economic since then there has been more development in the fishery, and due to economic importance in the fishery, the GMT recommends that an update assessment be done in 2025. Aurora rockfish was last assessed in 2013. Aurora rockfish was previously identified by the GMT for assessment consideration in 2025, given the time since the last assessment and the extended time series from the Northwest Fishery Science Center West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey and composition data that could help inform a future assessment. To the GMT's knowledge, the data streams for the future assessment of Aurora rockfish remain consistent with the data included in the 2013 assessment, so no new survey or emerging fisheries. Should the council wish to assess Aurora rockfish in 2025, the GMT recommendation would depend on SSC guidance on whether updating the 2013 assessment is appropriate, given the time since the assessment was conducted. Red band rockfish was not formally assessed, and current harvest specifications are based on a Category 3 assessment conducted in 2010. In addition, mortality has approached the ACL contribution north of 4010 every year since 2017. This species also has a higher productivity susceptibility analysis score, 2.02, indicating that it's more vulnerable to fishing. Should the council wish to assess red-banded rockfish in 2025, the GMT would recommend a benchmark assessment, but the team sees red-band rockfish as a lower priority in 2025 relative to the other species mentioned in this report. Catch-only projection updates for 2025, short swine thorny head. The GMT anticipates that short swine thorny head will be a highly attained into the future. However, there might be benefit to doing a catch-only update that includes 2023 and 2024 data, because the savings, even though they are minimal, will still allow for some relief of fisheries that are being constrained. Depending on whether the council takes action within the harvest specifications and new management measures cycle, there may be different benefits to different sectors that would happen as a result of a catch-only update. The GMT recommends the catch-only projection update for short spine thorny head, pending council action on 25-26 management measures in June, after which the GMT seeks guidance from the science centers on the feasibility and requesting a catch-only projection update following the June council meeting. Canary rockfish is likely to be highly attained in 2025, 26, and catch-only update could inform 27, 28, and beyond harvest limits that are based on lower catch values in 23 and 24 than was assumed in the 23 assessment, thereby potentially alleviating fishery constraints to some extent. The GMT recommends a catch-only projection update for canary rockfish in 2025. The GMT provides guidance on species that should be considered for assessments in 2027 in Table 2. Those include Pacific spiny dogfish, vermilion sunset rockfish, petrale sole, and yellow eye rockfish. Pacific spiny dogfish. The 2021 assessment of Pacific spiny dogfish had a high level of uncertainty around the proportion of the biomass observed by the Northwest Bottom Trawl survey during the summer months when survey sampling occurs. Additionally, the assessment estimated the stock to be near to the management target of 40% of unfished biomass, with the stock projected to slowly decline over the projected period based on a default harvest control level for elasmobranchs, ranks, spawning potential ratio of 0.45. The 2021 assessment noted some areas for improvement in the survey catchability and research needs associated with movement. There is current research being done collaboratively by Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and Oregon State University, which involves Pacific spiny dogfish tagging that could better inform seasonal movement of the population and could better inform the portion of the population observed by the Northwest Fishery Science Center West Coast Groundfish Bottoms Trawl Survey. If this research is conducted in time for the 2027 assessment, the data would hopefully be able to be used to inform a benchmark assessment. Vermilion sunset rockfish. Vermilion sunset rockfish was last assessed in 2021. Issues still remain regarding the range of these species and identifying the break between where vermilion and sunset rockfish are no longer co-occurrence. To the GMT's knowledge, efforts have been undertaken to further delineate the areas of overlap between these cryptic species. However, at this time, no published reliable data exists. Initial indications seem to suggest that visual identification continues to be difficult in all surveys, and genetic information is needed to accurately delineate the two species. The GMT supports including vermilion sunset rockfish for consideration 2027 and hopes additional work or data to help clarify these two species range and encounter rates in the fisheries will occur. Petrale sole. Petrale sole is an important species for the individual fishing quota program and was last assessed in 2023. Given the ACL reductions in 25-26, the GMT would anticipate high attainment of the stock in various sectors. Additionally, the stock was estimated to be in the precautionary zone in 2026. An assessment in 2027 may provide additional information as to the trend and health of the stock. The type of assessment that should be conducted would depend on how assessment priorities change in the interim and realized attainment in the fisheries. Yellow eye rockfish. In an effort to potentially reduce workload in 2025, the GMT recommends that the council wait to do a full benchmark assessment of yellow eye rockfish in 2027. Yellow eye rockfish is currently projected to be rebuilt in 2028. Conducting an assessment in 2027 rather than 2025 would have an increased probability of estimating the stock rebuilt, assuming the population dynamics are generally following the most recent projections. If a benchmark or update assessment was conducted in 2025, the population was still estimated to be below the management target, then an update or a benchmark would need to be conducted in subsequent years, aligning with the rebuilding timeline. With the assumption that yellow eye rockfish will rebuild in the coming years, the council can consider whether further opening the non-trawl RCA could be prioritized off the workload prioritization table. Other stock assessment items for consideration. There continues to be an interest in assessing Pacific cod. However, Pacific cod off of the U.S. West Coast is the southern end of the range for the species, with the bulk of the species distribution off of British Columbia and Alaska. Therefore, coordinating a regional and transboundary assessment may be the most appropriate assessment option. The GMT recognizes that the workload to create those needed partnerships, coordinated efforts, and agreements across management agencies to conduct a transboundary assessment of Pacific cod would be significant. However, the importance to Pacific cod to both tribal and recreational fisheries along the northern U.S. West Coast justifies the need for this effort. Terms of reference. Summary of the terms of reference or the TOR recommendations. The GMT recommends that the Groundfish assessment tour include language that requires the STAR panel chair to communicate with the GMT and GAP advisors to provide guidance on whether the advisors should write the management issue section of the STAR panel report with subsequent STAR panel review, or whether the STAR panel will write the section with subsequent GMT and GAP advisor review. The GMT also recommends that the tour clarify that the GMT and GAP be provided the opportunity to review the management issue section before the report is finalized. The GMT recommends the following criteria guidelines for inclusion in the tour. We request that to revise the catch assumptions that differ from the GMT provided values must differ by any amount such that they would have a demonstrable impact in how the fishery is managed compared to GMT estimates. The requesters must provide rationale for the differences and details on how the values were derived in writing to the GMT, who will review such requests to determine if the difference is sufficient to have a demonstrable impact. Requesting revisions to the catch assumptions in the first 2 years of the projection period need to be submitted in writing 2 weeks before the September council meeting to the staff officer for GMT review, assuming that the stock assessment will be in the advanced briefing book roughly 4 weeks before. If the revisions are approved by the GMT, they will only be used if the stat can conduct the revised projections and provide them to the SSC at least 2 weeks in advance of the November council meeting for SSC review. And then we have the GMT recommends several language revisions to the tour that are found on pages. The first one is on page 7 and then page 8. And with that, I will conclude the report.
Thank you. Are there questions on the Groundfish Management Team report? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the report, Katie. I appreciate it. Very detailed and thorough. On page 6, under, I think the first sub bullet, there's a comment that says that relative to requests to revise catch assumptions that differ from the GMT, that they would have to have I can't even say that word, sorry, an impact on how the fishery is managed compared to the GMT estimates. Can you describe what the GMT would expect that to look like and how one would go about doing that or showing impacts differential between 2 sets of catch removal assumptions? And that question is specifically like, are we talking qualitative, quantitative? What would be the metric? If you could help flesh that out a little bit more, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, Ms. McKnight, excellent question. And we did talk a lot about this, as you might expect. Qualitative, we wanted to get a more quantitative. We wanted to actually put a percentage in there, what the percentage difference is, but we realized that that would reduce the flexibility and kind of ability for the GMT to look across species. Some species, it will be a very small number that will have a demonstrable effect, and others, bigger numbers. And so this is kind of a work in progress. I think this was the first language that we could come up with hopes that we can further refine into the future to make it so that maybe that that has more of a sideboards to it. But this is our first crack at putting some sideboards to it.
A follow-up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Katie. That is helpful. And I think maybe I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you mean by a difference. Are you talking about the percent difference that changing the catch removals would create in the the harvest limit tables? Or are you talking about the impact it would have like on management measures, meaning it would mean more opportunity or less opportunity? What if you were to flesh out something quantitative, what are we actually talking about?
Through the Vice Chair, Ms. McKnight. So what we talked about in the room was talking about the difference between what the actual catch assumption would be, and then kind of as that trickles down, it does have impacts on the various management measures. So we were looking at that first kind of part to think about what would that percentage difference be, and does it transfer? And we realized that that percentage difference often the realized catch is different. It can be much smaller, for example, even if this the first percentage difference is higher. And so that may have a smaller effect on the actual management measures, et cetera, depending on your species. And so that's where I think when we look at the trickle down, it's probably actually this number over here that has to have the demonstrable effect on how we do management.
Thank you. I appreciate the critical thinking through that and the acknowledgement that it's draft and it's a work in progress. So thank you.
Further questions on the GMT report? Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. On the same vein that Mr. Knight was asking, sometimes we don't know if it's going to be demonstrable or not until we do the run. We ask for it, trying to find out if there's going to be a big difference. So I'm struggling with how we would know before we ask what the outcome is going to be. Was there any discussion about that?
Through the Vice Chair. So there was some discussion about that. I think for the when we were talking about it for the requester, so that person who's making the request, we would like to see what you would think. But you're right, we do understand that there's not a difference. But I think if the requester understands any difference to be a meaningful difference, I mean, that's where I think we're interested in hearing from the requester. But I do recognize that this number, the number that falls out at the end, is not one you see until, of course, it falls out. So I think we're just trying to create sideboards so we don't have to run all of these so that we can see whether they are going to have an effect or not.
Thank you. Phil Anderson.
Thanks very much for the report. Has there been any communication with Department of Fisheries and Oceans relative to their potential stock assessment activities associated with Pacific cod?
Through the Vice Chair, not that I know of, but I'm probably not the right person to ask.
Seems like that would be a really important piece of information to find out before we undertook assessing Pacific cod, given that, as you note in your report, that we're at the very southern end of the distribution. But seems like we could make that inquiry and find out what the status of their assessment activities has been in recent years.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Further questions? Don't see any. Thank you, Katie. And now the Groundfish Advisory Panel. Gary Richter. Good morning, Gary.
Morning, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. We read from agenda item F3A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Initial Stock Assessment Plan in terms of reference. For full assessments for 2025, the GAP recommends the following species be considered for full assessments in 2025, and please note these aren't in priority order: sablefish, quillback rockfish off of California, widow rockfish, yellowtail rockfish, chili pepper rockfish, and a subset of the slope species, which could include aurora, rough eye, black spotted, split nose, bank rockfish, and red banded rockfish. Sablefish continues to be a very important commercial species. The previous two assessments, including last year's update assessment, have suggested very strong recruitment in recent years. There has been some discussion within the council that we should conduct a new full assessment to validate those recent recruitment events. For quillback rockfish, it's become a constraining nearshore species for the recreational and commercial sectors, particularly in North Central and Northern California. It has been recently declared overfished and a rebuilding plan established. There may be sufficient new data to inform a new full assessment. For widow rockfish, it's a very important species for our commercial trawl sectors. Last full assessment was conducted in 2015, so it's becoming stale, and the decreasing annual catch limits are sure to become constraining to our trawl fisheries. Widow could also be a candidate for an update assessment. Yellowtail rockfish is a very important stock, both recreationally and commercially, particularly for fisheries north of 4010 north latitude. Last full benchmark assessment was conducted in 2017. Chili pepper rockfish is a key species for both commercial and recreational fisheries. With the liberalization of our rockfish conservation areas and the cowcod conservation areas, it is expected that fishing pressure on chili pepper will increase. Stationary vertical jig gear usage within the non-trawl RCA will also increase pressure on this species. It has not been assessed since 2015, so a new benchmark assessment is warranted. GAP suggests we may want to consider conducting new benchmark assessments for one of our slope species. Aurora rockfish was last assessed in 2013, so that is now a stale assessment and likely to impact ACLs moving forward. Other possible suggestions for review might be split nose rockfish, rough eye black spotted rockfish, and bank rockfish. Bank rockfish has been increasing in recreational fisheries as that fishery has moved into the deeper waters. The GAP also expressed concern about the recent petroleum sole assessment that will result in reduced ACLs in 2025 and beyond, and being in the precautionary zone starting in 2026. GAP suggests the council may want to consider a new full assessment for petroleum sole. An environmental index has been developed to better inform estimates of recruitment and cohort strength in recent model years. Both the Stock Assessment Review Panel and Petroleum Stock Assessment Team agreed that this promising tool needed more evaluation before using it as an index of abundance, but may now be acceptable for incorporation into the assessment. For data moderate assessments for 2025, we didn't have much there. English sole, obviously, and then maybe chili pepper rockfish if we don't conduct a full assessment on those. For 2024, 2025 workshops, Ms. Marlene Bellman, council staff, also briefed the GAP on upcoming SSC workshops this year, which includes a sablefish management strategy evaluation workshop, a spiny dogfish harvest control rule workshop, and a closed area workshop. GAP representative is expected to attend these workshops. For terms of reference, GAP reviewed the revisions to the terms of reference and finds those revisions acceptable. Lastly, stock assessment prioritization tool. GAP appreciates the new online stock assessment prioritization tool developed by Dr. Chantel Wetzel and the Northwest Fishery Science Center. Mr. Vice Chair completes our GAP statement. Be glad to field any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the GAP report? Lynn Mattis.
Yeah. Thank you, Gary. Did the GAP talk about redoing Canary or anything with Canary in either 2025 or 2027?
Mr. Vice Chair, Lynn, we really did. No, we're still complaining about the recent assessment, but we really need to talk about it in the future, so no.
Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You're channeling something similar there, Lynn. Thanks, Gary, for the report. Just similarly, there's a lot of content and material under this agenda item. Any GAP discussion about yellow eye, either in the context of an update or benchmark for 25 or 27?
Mr. Vice Chair, Caroline, no, but that's a good question. We didn't talk about it, but obviously since Yellow Eyes T target is 2028, I would guess in June, we'll probably put it on the list for the next round. I think the GMT suggested doing it in 27. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Look around for hands. Any further questions for the gap? Seeing none, thank you very much,
Thank
Gary.
you, Mr. Vice Chair.
That completes our reports. We do have some signups for public comment. You've been sitting here for an hour and 45. You want to break now? I see some head nods. So let's take, see if we can do it in 5 minutes, 5 to 7. We'll probably need a break after council discussion to wrap up discussion. So let's break now, see if we can be back here in about 7 minutes.
Had lunch.
All right, 1 minute. Let's move back to our seats and get started here. All right, thank you all. That takes us back to our public comment on this agenda item. We have 3 signups. They're on the screen, so everyone knows the order. And I'm going to invite Mr. Blake Inscore up to the table first. Good morning, Blake.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all. Appreciate all the ability to discern the immense amount of information that you have. Well, I'll tell you why I'm here this morning. Yesterday, in some ways, and I think that you all experienced this to a certain sense, we felt like we maybe had a loss. It felt that way. It wasn't, because we're working through a process. So today's where we start building for the win. We build for the win by working the process and doing it appropriately. And I just want to appreciate that process as I'm learning it, and encourage and offer full support for a full assessment of the quillback in 2025. With that said, I want to also encourage that a very comprehensive data collection needs to be a part of this process. The NEMS report identified the value of new information and research, and council members asked about that, and I appreciate the inquiry about that. I will just opine that Dr. Hasty referenced the industry participation part of that in his report as anecdotal. It must be more than that. It must be more than anecdotal. It needs to be seen as valuable data. It needs to be seen as critical and weighted appropriately with other data sources. And I'll give you just a simple illustration why. If part of the data source that is trying to determine the condition of a specific species comes from a source where that species is not typically found, then that data is not nearly as valuable as data that's collected where that species is. The example being the trawler source. If the quillback are not where trawlers are collecting data, then that data certainly, while it may be valuable in some senses, needs to be seen in light of data that is collected where the quillback actually are. The GMT highlighted the importance of collaborative efforts. However, I did not hear in that report or read the importance of industry as part of the collaborative process. Currently, there's work already being done. You've heard about that. There's going to be assessments that are being done. Our local fisheries have come to the table and said, we'll be part of the solution. We will come and help you with this. It's happening this month. CDFW is already doing some work specific to the quillback. And so I would encourage you to not only support the stock assessment of the quillback, but also ensure that we are collecting all the data necessary to make sure that we get it right. Because that's really the win, is that in this process, we figure out how to get it right going forward. Is it going to be more work? I think that we heard that, yes, it will be more work trying to collect all these data sources. Isn't it worth doing more work if the end result is you get the right information? I would say that it always is worth more work if you end up with the right product at the end. Again, all of this is new to me, but it appears in your book of reports. There's a document called Terms of Reference for Groundfish Rebuilding Analysis. I would say that within that document, there needs to be included some kind of language that includes the importance of data collection by industry. If you don't place it in there as a defining reference point, then there will be no mandate that it actually happens. Don't know how that process works, but it just seems like if we really want to do it right, then we need to, as the expression was used yesterday, turn over every rock to make sure we get it right. So thank you for letting me be part of the process. And I really do honestly believe that this is part of how we begin building for the win, even though yesterday felt like a loss. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Inscore? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Inscore, for being here and engaging in the process. I realize that coming from all the way from Crescent is not an easy trip. It's quite a distance, and just want to say thank you for the enthusiasm and engagement. It's very much appreciated.
All right. Any further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Blake. Next, we'll have Chris Howard. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you. It's good to be with you again. Last time I was with you, it was Los Angeles area. It was still difficult to get to. But yes, Chris Howard, Del Norte County. I see you met my good friend Blake Inscore, Mayor of Crescent City. He's a breath of fresh air whenever he gets in a room, and I'm glad you had a chance to experience him. But more importantly, he brings a message to you today and yesterday that it's really the expression of a community and our struggles, which I mentioned in Los Angeles, of trying to rebuild after collapses, large-scale collapses of our economy. We have no economic diversity left other than tourism. And when that collapses, everything goes to pot, and we get demographics within 58 counties in the state of California where we're at the bottom. And so when our board and when the city council says, you guys need to be here to speak on behalf, and you see no other supervisors for any other counties here or no other city councils, it represents something that we know we need to speak strongly to in order to persuade, if possible, decision-making that will benefit the outcomes of people in our community. And so Blake mentioned terms of reference today, that document. It was a difficult read. It's a process. More importantly, it references in part of that process, the Magnuson-Stevens Act, something that was discussed quite a bit yesterday. The economic piece of this is, in my research and going back to 1973 and Congress's intent when they laid out the principles before you, is my firm belief that Congress didn't intend for one of those principles to be weighted equally over another. They're all treated equally. And this is important, and I think it needs to be part of that terms of reference sheet. In addition, I think what we heard from the GAP today as far as this full assessment, especially for Quillback, is critical. We don't want to be in this position again. But as a government employee dealing with restricted budgets, especially on the federal and state side and the county side and the city side, we're in crazy positions now. And I was talking to Jamie Diamond today, and she was mentioning back in 12-15 that the star panels and how there was a greater number than there is today. And I'm listening to your scientists saying, well, we might be able to get to 3 or 4, but we're short-staffed. Those decisions about collecting data, which has put us in the position like with the Quillback to shut down entire industries, is crazy. And so we need to hear from folks like you, so politicians like us can talk to our state politicians and our state congressmen and say, hey, we need to get money here. And this is why, because we're dying. And so that's the message I really wanted to convey, with support of the GAP and messages that we've heard about data collection. We should be doing more of all of this because we're all fighting for the same resource. But more importantly, we're fighting for the importance of Del Norte County's resource and the existence of a community. I appreciate your time and attention and patience with us over the next several days. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you leave, let me just make sure there No questions for Mr. Howard. Chair Pettinger?
Yep. Yeah, thank you, Chris, for your testimony. Del Norte County has represented themselves well this week. As far as the issue of funding, as a council, we can't lobby for funding, but we certainly can answer requests from elected officials on the status of something and inform you about that, so that you can use that information to move forward. So, if you feel inclined to do so, I think we could probably do that for you.
I'd love to see that. Thank you for that suggestion.
All right, thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Chris. And we have Jamie Dimon. Good morning, Jamie.
Good morning. We are getting this in during morning. So good morning, Vice Chair Hasmer, Chair Pettinger, council members, staff. I am Jamie Diamond, owner of Stardust Sport Fishing and Regional Vice President of the Sport Fishing Association of California. I typoed a little fast, sorry. We appreciate the SSC and GMT recommendations. They were thoughtful in regards to improving process, communication, and public participation via expanded pre-assessment workshops, evening sessions during council meetings, and at the review this last January, clarifying stakeholders are in fact able to participate in STAR panels and SSC meetings. Right now, you have the opportunity to improve flexibility and remove barriers for yourselves within the tours for the upcoming stock assessments, in addition to increasing your own participation in STAR panels and SSC meetings and all the other things you already do. In 1998, there were 290 inspected charter vessels in the California fleet, 290. In 2021, there were 193. That's almost a 100 vessel reduction over that time. Looking back at the year-over-year reduction in number of vessels, the biggest drops happened in years just following disastrous stock declarations. Widow rockfish in 2003, canary in 2007, cowcod, boccaccio. Now there are reductions that are happening because of quillback, copper, and others. They'll be reflected in the next few years. Those numbers don't count for the boat owners who sold, went out of business, couldn't continue their fishing because of the management that has become in place over those years and now with quillback, with copper. So they sold their boat. So that doesn't include the jobs lost or they sold out to another state. We have owners in the Southern California fleet who had numerous vessels sold and left the state because they could no longer conduct their business here in the way that they did. The same stocks that I mentioned before were later realized to have never been overfished and shouldn't have been put into rebuilding. But unfortunately, for all these people, the infrastructure in the communities, they were already decimated. And by the way, this is again, just the charter fleet, not commercial vessels. We're now facing shockingly more pessimistic models than before, as noted this past September by Merritt McCrae in Spokane in his comparison presentation of models. These more pessimistic models we're now operating under is concerning to those of us who have to earn a living under them. We hope you'll take this opportunity to build in all the tools you need now to prevent situations we were in 2005 and again now. I believe there's more available to you than you realize. To better shape our future, we have to remember our past. So I went way back to 2005. When reviewing the terms of reference back then as a council, you created the GIPC, an ad hoc group. And some here may not realize, as I didn't, back then they were conducting 23 assessments in a cycle. And now we're talking about maybe 6. I'm in no way suggesting we go back to 23. But it's concerning that we've gone from one end of the spectrum to the other. And again, as a representative of the people that this directly affects, and as one of them myself, this is incredibly concerning. There is a bigger problem, and we keep hearing it over and over again, whether it be through data collection, but being able to do these assessments, to do the quantity that is due to the resource, to the stakeholders, something has to change, because we're going to see these numbers of vessels. And then again, this is just the CPFE, the charter vessels that I'm talking about, that 100 boat reduction, that's huge. The commercial vessels, I don't even know how many. There's more than 100. I know that. I just want to reiterate, we as the Sport Fishing Association, myself, my husband, our crews, our boats, we are here to help and to be part of the solution moving forward. And we look forward to having conversations about what types of things can go into the terms of reference or need to be removed or edited. How we can move forward in a way that doesn't pigeonhole you and remove the power from you as a council to actually do something when you see something, say something, right? Well, if you can't do anything about it, it was made very clear last year how you felt. And so moving forward, we have this opportunity. Let's not let it pass us. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any, excuse me, questions for Ms. Diamond on her testimony? And I don't see any. Thank you very much, Jamie. That concludes all our reports. The public comment takes us in the council discussion on this and action. And there it is on the screen before us. And so with that, I will look around for any hands to initiate the discussion on this agenda item. Phil Anderson.
I'm reflecting on Jamie's testimony and reflecting on what we heard from Dr. Hasty about capacity. And the only way to change that I know of, well, let me put it another way. The way to change that and that paradigm of loss of capacity, we can't solve that in this room. But we can, I think, develop some information that could be used for others to try to address that problem outside this room. And I am, as I think about this, what I think would be very useful, and I'm going to pick the last decade as the time frame, and that may not be the right time frame. Maybe you need to go back farther than that, is to ask the science centers to give us information on the change in their capacity to assess West Coast, I'll just for the moment use West Coast groundfish stocks over the past decade. And again, I would give them the flexibility if there's a longer time frame that would show in a more demonstrative way the loss of capacity, then I would hope they would do that. But before I know whether we're going to get into motions here and stuff that are specific here, but we the council, we the West Coast fishing advocates, industry participants are in a really bad spot here in terms of our ability to assess the relative health of these stocks in a meaningful way. And I'm just thinking, what what can we do to change that paradigm? And information is the first thing that people that want to work on this outside this room would need. And that history would be important for us to have to make the appropriate arguments to see if we can get some additional funding to the West Coast. Sorry.
Thank you, Phil. With that inquiry, we do have people from the Science Center here. The interim director, I don't know if it's good to put him on the spot. It's always a challenge. And we have Mr. Craig Russell and also Dr. Hasty are back there. Is it possible you can respond to that question raised?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, thank you, Mr. Anderson, for the suggestion and request. And I think this is something that you can dive into more details with Jim if you like, but we've been actually thinking about this and working on this and are preparing some information, and any discussion here will help inform what we develop there. So this is very timely, and we would certainly be happy to bring that information forward. And just having any further clarity on what you're looking for there would be helpful, and we'll be tuning into that closely. And also, before I do change, I did want to introduce Dr. David Detler, who is our acting Science Center director here with us, and invite him if he's got anything else he'd like to share, if that's okay.
Good morning, everybody. Again, for those of you that I haven't met, my name is David Detler. I am the acting Northwest Fishery Science Center director. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. This is an ongoing concern. It is a conversation that's happening across the science centers, across the councils. Within the federal appropriations process over recent years, we've had an opportunity to ask for what we call expanded annual stock assessment dollars. And those dollars have largely been invested in surveys. But that same federal appropriations line can also be invested in the stock assessment community themselves and our population dynamics tools. That's something that we are actively engaged with Congress on. So it's these types of analyses that Jim, I think, will be prepared to speak to you next month about sort of our declining capacity in the stock assessment realm, our opportunity to deliver that. It's not just a declining capacity of human resources, though, in the population dynamics realm. It's the increased capacities of the needs in the councils, right? It's not just the number of stock assessments, it's the number of modeled areas that have to be taken into concern and just those demands that ACLs represent. So very happy that the question was asked, and we will be prepared next month to bring that to the floor.
Thank you. Phil, was there something you wanted to add then?
Oh, I just very much appreciate the thinking that you've been doing, your willingness to bring that information back to this room. And I think not only the people around the table, but more importantly, the people that are listening to us here in the audience and maybe virtually are the people that are going to be able to potentially use that information to the benefit of the West Coast fishery. So I'm going to need something to do after June here. So this will help me find some additional work. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for stepping up here to the table. All right. Further discussion on this agenda item. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Don't want to cut off conversation and discussion, but there seemed to be a bit of a lull. I think we're going to need like 5 minutes before presenting a motion or close. But I think we could, if we could just have a few minutes to huddle, Ms. McKnight, Ms. Hall, and myself, we would probably have a motion ready fairly quickly.
All right, thank you. The 5 minutes you need is going to take us to lunch hour. So how about an hour and 5 minutes to work on that? And we will be back at 1 o'clock. Excuse me, before we depart, Chair Penninger.
Yeah, if I could, I just, I did a lot of digging as far as the last assessment cycle, last two, and it seems to me that one thing kind of stood out. A couple things stood out. People were wondering kind of what sort of things went sideways as far as assessments. I mean, just things weren't, the models weren't putting out what we're seeing on the ocean, the disconnect. And, we had the last two assessment cycles were done under the COVID umbrella, right? And I think it's pretty apparent to virtually everybody in every part of our life that everything was worse under COVID for the most part, except for my cooking at home, because that's what I did a lot of during that time period. And I think that didn't help. I also noticed that there was virtually, well, I looked at this pre-assessment workshops, and I saw GMT folks, saw SSC folks. I didn't see any fishermen, and that's, I think, one thing that happened. At least I was involved in the Trawl Commission for 15 years, and I hit virtually every STAR panel and discussions prior to that with the assessment folks. I think a lot of interaction, a lot of communication going on there. And I don't think since I left, there's been much of that. There's been a turnover in industry. I mean, Pete Leipzig went to, the same ones. He was heavily involved, and there's a lot of back and forth going on, and that we've lost that. And I think there's a little of a failure here, but it's not just, I'm not going to blame the Science Center because it's virtually across the board. I think that things have been good, and people just assume they're going to be good. And shame on industry for not keeping that moving, that discussion happening. And so when I see going forward here, I think we've got to everybody in the industry has to be more proactive and be communicating and speaking and talking and participating. Gary Richter, God bless you, he's going to every STAR panel, but and he'll call when he thinks it's something important comes up, but it's not the same. He's a hook and line fisherman from Santa Barbara, and he probably doesn't know too much about a number of species up north. And so, but he does his best with what he's got. But really, we should have somebody in that fishery in that seat. And I think we got to do that. But I think in general, I think we need to make sure people are talking well in advance because the stock assessment authors want to do as good as the data they got. The stock assessments are only as good as the interpretation of that data. And if it's happening in a vacuum, you're not going to get the nuances are going to be missed. And I think that shows what we've seen in the last few stock assessments. So I know we had some good talk with Craig and Nicole last night about maybe what we could do different, maybe, and in the future. I hope we would get there. Because this part of the management is really, I wouldn't say it's a weak link, but it's where things can go wrong fairly easily if we don't tend the garden. And we got to, I think that it just, I think for a business owner, the fact that you could have one bad assessment come through and basically pull the rug out from underneath you and have hundreds of $1,000s or millions of dollars gone, you wonder why we're not doing better. There's very little stability here. And I think we need to work on and think about that and act like that's the case and be engaged at the very beginning, because just going to STAR panel isn't going to cut it. That's way too late. We need to be involved early on. And I would think that I think per person to be a stock assessment author, you probably want to maybe go out a boat or two or something like that, get closer to what's actually going on, see the nuances and actually see what's happening. I think that if they want to do that, we can certainly arrange that. And I think that the time just in life, relationships are what really makes things better. And I think the closer we get to until we're talking, we understand each other, the better we'll do. So we'll stop there.
Thank you. With that, when we come back under lunch, after lunch, we'll continue with discussion to make sure we've fully gone through that, but we're aware that there is a motion that should be available, but I want to make sure we fully complete our discussion on this topic. So with that, let's break for lunch. Be back at 1 o'clock.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, we're getting close here. I think we've got a pretty critical mass for this agenda item. Let's get back to our seats and get started. All right, welcome back, everyone back after lunch. We'll see if we can finish this up before we go back to our salmon item that we passed over this morning. So we were in council discussion. There is a motion that is ready, but I'm going to look around to see what additional discussion there might be to have on this. If there was anything we skipped over, anything else anyone wants to say? I'm not seeing any hands, so I'm going to look for any motion that's available. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hessmer. I think our tech folks at the back of the room have the motion ready. I move the council adopt for public review the species, assessment type, and anticipated assessment areas in table 1 below as the preliminary list for 2025 assessments, and the species, assessment type, and anticipated assessment areas in table 2 below as the preliminary list for 2027 assessments. For 2025, sablefish, a benchmark coastwide, quillback off of California, benchmark south of 42.
Can you pause for a minute?
Yep.
We have to get the table back up there. All right. Can you start again with just the sablefish?
Sure. I was looking at my screen and not that screen. For 2025 assessments, sablefish, a benchmark coast-wide. Quillback off of California, benchmark, and that's just south of 42. Rough-eye black spotted, benchmark coast-wide. Yellowtail rockfish, benchmark for either both north and south of 4010, or benchmark for south and update for north. And the anticipated assessment areas will need to be determined coast-wide or north and south. Chili pepper rockfish, benchmark or data moderate coast-wide. Widow rockfish, update coast-wide. Petrale sole, benchmark coast-wide. Yellow eye rockfish, benchmark or update coast-wide. Short spine thorny head, English sole, data moderate coast-wide. Canary rockfish, catch only update coast-wide. Short spine thorny head, catch only update coast-wide. Then in table 2 for 2027, Pacific spiny dogfish shark, benchmark coast-wide. Vermilion and sunset rockfish, the assessment type to be determined, and it's likely multiple areas. Petrale sole, if not done in 2025, benchmark coast-wide. Yellow eye rockfish, if not done in 2025, assessment type to be determined coast-wide. And then a slope rockfish species to be determined at a later date, assessment type to be determined and coast-wide. And that the council adopt for public review the draft terms of reference for groundfish stock assessments, attachment 5, incorporating the recommendations of the GMT in supplemental GMT report 1. 2, the draft terms of reference rebuilding analysis, attachment 6. And 3, the draft terms of reference for methodology reviews, which is attachment 7.
Thank you. I believe you read that off the screen and appeared accurate and complete. Do you agree?
Yes, sir, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Caroline McKnight. Thank you. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The 2025 preliminary list in Table 1 is a combination of recommendations from both the GMT and the GAP. Both reports provided good reasoning for each of the species recommended, therefore I don't feel the need to reiterate all of those. I do want to note that brown rockfish does have an overall number 2 ranking in the NIMS ranking tool. However, it is not included in the recommendation now. This is because we are in the process of doing the stock definitions phase 2, where there's going to be discussions and some decisions about state versus federal waters. Therefore, it doesn't seem like the right time to do a nearshore stock. I do want to acknowledge that there are more species on the list in Table 1 than can be accomplished given the current assessment capacity of the science centers. The hope is that we can get some additional feedback from the science centers, the GAP and the GMT and others, on how much of this list could be accomplished and some prioritization for our discussion in June when we finalize the list. The 2027 preliminary list is from the GMT primarily, with an addition of the slope rockfish to be determined to pull in some information from the GAP. There's good reasoning for these species in the GAP and GMT reports again, and I anticipate that additional species will likely be added to this list by the time we get through the next 2 years from now. On the terms of reference, I think the recommendations from the GMT should be incorporated into the TOR for groundfish stock assessments. They are trying to clarify what the GMT and GAP's roles and responsibilities are, as well as how and when their input is incorporated. However, on the piece of who, when, and how different catch streams or model runs can be requested may need further refinement for the final version. The goal of putting sideboards on request is needed. However, we want to make sure those sideboards are not too narrow. The other 2 terms of reference documents appear to be ready to move forward as is with no additional edits. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for clarification to the maker of the motion? Seeing no questions, any discussion on the motion? Heather Hall, sorry.
It's Okay, thank you. Thank you for the motion, Lynn. I appreciate the motion and the fact that it is fairly broad for public review. And I just kind of linking that to the discussions we've had this morning and wanting to be very thoughtful and careful about the assessments that we do choose to do in 2025 and consider for 2027. I know thinking about 2027 now seems far out, but as we talk about data needs, and I think this really gives us a good opportunity to have conversations leading up to those assessments and make sure we have all the information we need to do a good job. So again, I appreciate that this is broad. We likely can't do all of this. I mean, I'm certain we can't do all of this, but look forward to having input from others when we come back to this in June. Thank you.
Further discussion? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Lynn, for the motion. And Heather, for your remarks as well. I agree that this is a pretty lofty list, but it's comprehensive and it does give, I think, plenty of time for our Science Center staff to review data and all the other considerations that need to go into staffing capacity to refine this in June. So I do fully support both lists, including that for 27, which I know does seem a long way off, but things can change. So that's good. I just wanted to make one comment relative to the terms of reference. And I think just sort of crosswalking discussions that we've had under the quillback rockfish rebuilding analysis and even under our agenda E1 item. I very much appreciate all of the discussion, the open dialogue, the comment, both from the public and our advisory bodies on updating our terms of reference to reflect improvements where they need to be or refinements for clarity for the public. And so I am very much looking forward to seeing the next draft in June. And I encourage all of us to take a hard look at that in June and make sure that it's comprehensive and it covers everything that meets everyone's needs. So there's no surprises. But other than that, I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Not seeing any more hands, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to turn back to Marlene and ask if there's anything else that needs to be done on this item.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. The council has considered the stock prioritization process, as well as input from your advisory bodies, and put forward a list of species for 25 and 27, as well as adopting the draft terms of reference for public review. So I believe that the action on this item is complete.
All right, thank you. And before we close it out, Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm just thinking about this item and thinking a little bit ahead on the agenda to some of the ecosystem items. And I'm not sure if it's appropriate for guidance at this time or just putting it out for discussion ahead of our next meeting, but finalization on this. But thinking about ways to incorporate the ecosystem and climate risk tables into how we do our STAR process. We talked in January and at previous meetings about how we start moving forward with some of the ecosystem work that's been going on for many years, and especially the climate work that's been going on in recent history. And I just really took that to heart in terms of how we can start moving that into more of how we do our business. Tomorrow, I'm sure we'll hear another really excellent ecosystem status report from the NOAA IEA team. And every year that we get that, we typically ask ourselves, okay, how can we actually use that information? So something that had occurred to me as we were talking about this, and I was previewing some of the EWG and SSC materials for this meeting, were thinking about how to use those risk tables, and that we already have this really thought out and good STAR process that provides a lot of the things we're looking for in the process of how we do our ecosystem work and potentially using those tables. So I guess my request would be that the NOAA IEA folks work with the stat folks to bring forward risk tables for the species and the motion Ms. Mattis just presented. And put those through and see how it works. As part of that process, there's review built into it. That's probably why, or I'm hoping it's a good idea in the sense that the technical review, the identification of need, and the ability to look at those tables and see their utility is built into that process already. So I just wanted to put that out as some guidance and thinking with this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other, before we close here, any other last comments, discussion? Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just in response to your guidance there, Ms. Writings, I think that's a fine thing for this council to discuss. I guess what I would propose we do is say you've put down your desire to have this be considered and that we take it up again under H2, which is when we bring back the consideration of Initiative 4. That way we'll have the reports that you just referenced. The council will have heard them and seen them. We'll have others here in the audience that have been participating in that. I think that might be a more appropriate place to take that up, but I appreciate this as like putting a marker down for that, if you will.
Corey?
Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I thought about that. I think I'm fine with that, just to answer your question shortly and to agree with you. Part of my thinking of bringing it up now was just that I think it's helpful for at least my brain to switch gears a little bit and start thinking about things when we're thinking about them, as opposed to siloed and different agenda items across different days. And learning about this process, we heard a lot today, and we've been thinking a lot about this process and how it's serving us. In addition to the limitations of what stock assessments are able to provide us and the information and the data that we're using to make these critical decisions with. And so it just occurred to me that I think it's important to have those tools, these new tools that are coming available to us, to have those discussions and thinking about them in the context of when decisions are being made. So perhaps that's a little long-winded, but I'm agreeing with you, Merrick, and I'm definitely happy to bring it up again later.
All right, thank you. Look around to see if there's anything else. Not seeing any hands, so I think we've finished our work here. So we'll close out this agenda item. Thank you all for your hard work here, and I will pass the gavel back to our chair.
Okay. We'll wait a while here for people to get seats changed. We'll start on C6. Okay. Welcome our Salmon Council members here. Susan Bishop, Kyle Addix, John North, and Marcy Urimko. So I look to Robin to start us off. Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item C6, recommendations for the 2024 management alternative analysis. So the STT will give you the information from the coordinated coastwide management alternatives, which embody, to the extent possible, the management elements identified thus far by the council. The council may need to provide clarification to the STT on any questions that may arise and may need to provide direction to the STT for changes made or needed to the management alternatives presented under the agenda item. The STT will conduct a full analysis and provide the council with the results. Additional direction from the council may be necessary as the management alternatives are developed, and the STT will provide adjusted management alternatives on council guidance as the meeting progresses. It's anticipated that the council will adopt for public review coastwide management alternatives prior to the conclusion of this 2024 March council meeting. And so your action under this agenda item is just to provide further guidance to the STT so they can develop management alternatives as needed. And your reference material is the supplemental STT report C6A, and you have the STT chair here to give you that report. And that concludes my summary.
Okay, thank you, Robin. Questions for Robin on her overview? All right. Seeing none, I'll invite Dr. O'Farrell to the table.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Council members, I will be referring to agenda item C6A, Supplemental STT Report 1, the Salmon Technical Team report that gives a preliminary, this collation of preliminary salmon management alternatives. In this report, Table 1 shows commercial trawl management alternatives. Table 2 has recreational management alternatives. And Table 3 has the treaty trawl alternatives. I'm going to turn to page 24, Table 5, that has the analysis of these alternatives, and walk through it, and give an overview of our results. On this page, we have for Sacramento River Fall Chinook, each of the three alternatives result in escapements that are lower than 180,000. And I'd like to point out one error also associated with Sacramento River Fall Chinook. For the ocean recreational impacts, an alternative 3 is labeled as 3.4. It should be 0.34. Also on this page, we have a preliminary southern resident killer whale prey abundances. We don't have all the forecasts necessary to finalize the prey abundance number, but we're using last year's values at this time. Moving on to page 25, for coho, there are a number of bolded values here for Snohomish and Quileute Fall. And these numbers are quite preliminary at this time. We anticipate some of the inside fisheries being more resolved through the North of Falcon process and the modeling with last year's fisheries. Moving down, we have under alternatives 1 and 2 for Lower Columbia River naturals. Those are also not meeting the objective at this time, but the full in-river picture is not known yet, so we expect that to change as well. And that's a summary of the highlights. Yes, I'd like to point out one other correction. And let's see here. This is on Table A1, Appendix A1, Sacramento River winter Chinook impact rates, H3 impact rates. Under alternative 1, it shows zeros across the board, or NAs actually in this case. There should be for the commercial fishery a 0.39 impact rate, and for the recreational fishery a 1.57 impact rate, percent impact rate. Those were just well, we just didn't get those numbers in there. So trying to correct that now. And I believe that concludes my overview of this report. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay. Questions for Dr. O'Farrell? Kyle Lennox?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Dr. O'Farrell. The forecast you said we don't have for the southern resident killer whale abundances, are those primarily Canadian forecast, or are there other southern U.S. pieces we're missing?
I believe they are primarily Canadian. I can't be totally sure. I'd look to see if one of my colleagues on the team can correct me. And Oregon coast.
Anyone else? I have a question. On the Lower Columbia River Natural threatened, you have 8, alternative 1 and 2 are highlighted, but I see on the criteria that it's below 23%, and they're all below 23%. So what's that seems, why is that?
I think what's being shown here is the ocean component, and there is a 2/3, 1/3 split between ocean and river. And so if they, I think that we would bold these if they are above 15.33, which is I think the ocean component to the split.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right. I'm not seeing any more hands, so thank you. All right. Do we have any? What's that in here? I'll take us to public comment to make sure I wasn't missing anything there. So, and we've got 17. All right. First up will be John McManus, who's remote, followed by James Stone. John, are you there? Okay, we'll come back to John. James Stone. Welcome, James.
Thank you, Chairman, Council. James Stone, California Sport SAS. I'm going to give you a short little PowerPoint presentation. I am the president of NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association, representing the sector east of the Carquinez Bridge and all inland fisheries. Next slide, please. So last year I testified in front of all of you about the ranges of dates and the air and the model and the ocean harvest model, and how we were seeing over a 31% air rate of preseason versus actual realized SI abundance. These numbers come directly from my department. So the stock forecast you see, and then the realized SI shows you those air rates. And then it's the pre versus post, the part that I highlighted at the bottom. Last year, we closed the season completely, yet we still over predicted by 22% for that air rate. So we said there was 165,000 fish to come into the river, and only 133 came back. So that's where that arrow is showing you that air rate. But I wanted to show you that when we look at all of these abundances, we have lots of failures in managing this fishery correctly if we're under 300,000 stock forecast. Next slide, please. This is a chart that is showing the projected versus actual escapement. I want to make sure that we're going away from abundance and the harvest model. We're just looking at escapement of what the harvest model says is going to come back inland for escapement for species and after inland fisheries and what actually happens. So you can see that there's actually one point on that map that actually crosses, but historically, since the last closure in the last 14 years, we are consistently under forecasting our escapement. Next slide. This is the high air rate that is predicted in the Sacramento escapement. All these numbers come from CDFW. Next slide, it will highlight projected escapement versus realized escapement. And when you look at the realized air over in the right-hand side, you can see the red columns are when we are 200% off or more, and the orange are in between 100 and 25% off compared to the clear under 25% off on the gains. What I want to point your attention to specifically right here is 2010 was the stock forecast at 245,000. We missed escapement, 119,000. 2016, 299,000. Projected forecast, we missed escapement, 89,000. 2017, 230,000 projected escapement. We went fishing, 44,000. 229,000 in 2018, very similar to this year. We projected 151,000 escapement and we got 105 back. So that shows you the differences between what the projected escapement is and the realized escapement according to the forecast that I was reading on those forecast numbers. But what I'm showing you is that every single time since 2009 that we have had under 300,000 stock forecast, we have failed to meet our escapement goal minimum of 122,000. Next slide, please. This is the table where all these numbers were pulled, and this is from Appendix B, Table B1. And I want to point one number to your attention on the second column of jacks all the way down to the bottom. If you guys can see it right there, it shows you that we are on the lowest jack count in the history of the Sacramento River main stem. That is the main stem only, but we are at the lowest number of jacks last year in a full closure of season. Coleman National Fish Hatchery did not even get enough fish back for mitigation, and we were forced to transfer eggs from other facilities, state facilities, to bring them up to the Sacramento River. That's how bad the situation is. So that number right there tells us that we are going to have the worst return on the Sacramento main stem in the history of the river this year in 2024 fall. Next slide. This is showing you exactly what I was just telling you. Next slide, we're going to see a point. 2022 fishery showed a downfall of 647 jacks on the upper main stem. Next slide. And last year with a full closed fishery, 430 jacks. I mean, that chart says everything to me. And it also shows me why we keep having terrible inland escapement and terrible inland fisheries year after year after year. Next slide, please. This is a total Sacramento jack count, not to be confused. The first was just the upper main stem. This is now the combined system. This is the American River, the Feather River, and the Sacramento, which make up the SI, the Sacramento Index. As you see in 2007, before our first closure, we had 1,904 jacks. That's the lowest jack number that we've ever experienced in the Sacramento Valley. And in 2022, we had our second lowest, which was there at 6,945. And with a full closure last year in 2023, we had 11,933 jacks, keeping us in a low abundance under 300,000. Next slide, please. This is where that data was pulled from. This is table, I believe. I'm getting older, so I can't read from here. I apologize, even with my glasses. This is table 2.1. Thank you, Robin. Table 2.1, and you can pull this out of Review of Ocean Fisheries or Preseason Report 1. And this shows the differences between the amount of fish harvested on Sac River, Fall Chinook, ocean harvest versus river harvest. And the river harvest column is in the middle, and that shows you all your historic numbers. Next slide. This shows you a distribution chart of those proportional contribution rates of sharing of harvest. And what that shows you is that the vast majority of the harvest is done in the ocean. The green columns is what is allowed to be harvested in the river since the last closure. But it shows you that the vast majority of the harvest is happening in the ocean. Next slide. So in 2018, and I'm going to run out of time and I'll comment more tomorrow, but in 2018, the department took a step when they had low abundance and they didn't want to send all the fish into the river. So they took the river quota, which is normally 14% of the projected escapement. And in Alt 1, we had 151,000. And so that river allotment should have been around 14% on top of that 151. But California Department of Fish and Wildlife recommended to this commission that we take that river quota and we actually put it back into the ocean so that we can go harvest more fish in the ocean. And this chart shows what those three alternatives were in 2018. And we ended up choosing in April, we chose alternative 1. And those numbers up there show you the projected harvest that was going to happen. Recreational was supposed to do 22,000, commercial 44,000, and then inland was cut from their 22,000 that they should have been allocated according to long-term historical average, but they only got 15% of the total harvest, which was 11,000. This led into overperformance in all three sectors. The actual numbers came out that recreational fisheries caught a total of 45,000 fish, troll caught 53,000, and inland caught 16,000, which led to a 47% overperformance of harvest in all sectors because we did that. We took fish out of the river that are supposed to go into the river fishery that don't always get caught, but the model puts those fish into the river as a long-term average of a geometric mean of what the impact rate is of the river fishery. It doesn't mean those fish are getting caught every time. It just means that they're in there for a river fishery. We already know this year that the inland fisheries are going to shut down the entire San Francisco Bay. They're going to shut down the entire Delta and the entire Sacramento main stem river. There's no fishing going to be allowed in any of those sections for the reason because of what I've showed you. The jack number is the lowest in the history. Next slide, please. Yesterday, I testified to you about recreational fishing licenses and how they've declined. I pulled this from the CDFW website, and I wanted to put it up there for you so that you can actually see the decline in the numbers and how we had a little uptick at COVID because no one was working and everyone went fishing, which was great. But in the end, we're dwindling and we're dying back down. I want you to remember, although you manage ocean fisheries, it's your job to also represent the resource because they belong to all citizens of the United States. Last slide, please. In summary, we're asking for better model sustainability, better long-term access to the fishery in the river sector, proper species management with escapement, and we want to promote R3 angler enthusiasm. This is the future. These kids in this picture are the ones that are looking to go fishing in the future. And I hope that you guys vote and you guys open or close seasons accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Questions for James on his testimony? Marcy, you're up. Go.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, James. Maybe you can go back to your slide that showed the 2018 season alternatives, since you spent quite a bit of time referencing those. I don't know the slide number. Thank you. Mike, you mentioned that postseason, we were over in all three harvest sectors by varying amounts. and that we did not attain our escapement objective. What would have been your recommended escapement objective in year 2018? Since the implication is that we overperformed and undermanaged. So I was just wondering maybe what escapement goal you might have recommended at that time.
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Yaremko. So I will say that in 2018, when this happened, I attended a Fish and Game Commission meeting, and then they told me that the fish that we're normally allowed to fish on have been reallocated to the ocean. And I said, excuse me, how did that happen? And they said, well, all they did was the state of California changed the ocean harvest model impacts, and those fish were allowed to be harvested out in the ocean. And that is why I applied for this seat, ladies and gentlemen. That is why I applied for the seat, was this season setting process. And I've been serving on the California SAS since 2019. This is my 6th full year. And this was the reason, was because this allocation was done by this body that constantly says we do not work on river fisheries, we do not allocate river fisheries, but we do. And so to answer your question, I would have said that anytime that we are in low abundance situations to where we're under the 300,000, I look back to history and I look back to finding a conservation measure that will be protective of the species while still trying to advocate for as much opportunity for all sectors equally.
Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? Oh, Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, James, for this presentation and for being here. You've provided us a lot of graphs and numbers, and really appreciate your deep dive and your thinking on this. It definitely takes a village. My question is, as we're sitting here today, not all of the constraints, and as we've heard multiple times, a lot of the issues with salmon don't have to do with this council. But as we're looking at the decisions that we can make this week, do you have any specific recommendations about what you'd like to see? I appreciate the general picture that you're painting and the concerns that you're raising, but I'm wondering if you have something more specific you'd like to see.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Ridings, for the question. I would like to say that if we're looking at this from a conservation perspective, then we need to have some type of conservation buffer in place. And the current model, when we had NOAA guidance from Ms. Bishop of 180,000 on the SAC fall for our guidance for escapement, we then, as I mentioned, the model from Pacific Southwest Science Center adds 14% to that, roughly, give or take. It's about 25,200 fish this year on top of the 180,000. So as I mentioned, if fisheries aren't open, fully open with a 2-fish limit, then the chances of inland fisheries ever hitting that number are very unlikely. And so a lot of those will be towards conservation or towards a buffer. But I would say that the recommendations, and Mr. Remco said the same thing, what would my suggestions have been? I would have probably had a conservation buffer in place there to make sure that we make our conservation objective. I think that we've missed it 75% of the time. I mean, if you look at the chart, we're missing that conservation objective 75% of the time since the last closure. All I want to do is just start making our numbers so that we all can go fishing again. I hope that answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Thanks, James.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay. Next up is Bob Spar, followed by Dylan Dameron. Bob, are you there?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, my name is Bob Spar. I've been a 35-year fishing guide on the Valley Rivers for salmon, and I have a recommendation for the 2024 Management Alternative Analysis. And as much as I would like to see a thriving salmon fishery, you and I know that doesn't exist anymore. The fall run salmon returning to the Sacramento River are on the brink of a total collapse. We have a very low abundance. Can the fall run recover from this? The department track record doesn't show we can. Many people know that I have filed a petition with Fish and Game Commission last year to list the Sacramento Fall Run as endangered. Many of you don't know that I did not fill it out completely, so it would not be accepted. It was supposed to be an eye opener for the department that inland problems need to be addressed and corrected. If the Sacramento Fall Run is listed, they would end up in the same situation as the winter run and the spring run that we now have. Runs that will never recover and only barely hang on. The department claims if they are listed, it will make it much harder for them to recover the species. Do they really want to recover the species? Here's another alternative that doesn't add up. If you take away inland's approximately 25,000 fish from the model and swap it with the ocean fish and say it's fair and equitable, you're not looking out for the best interest of the Sacramento Fall Run. You are looking out for ocean fishermen this year and this year only. Someone will list it. The abundance models have been wrong approximately 30% year after year. On top of that, look at what happened last year on the feather. Red dewatering and the low flow. The American River stray rates in McColmy were counted as Sacramento fish for the model, one of the lowest jack returns ever. I also want to add that inland, if they had 25,000 fish, this year actually doesn't mean that they'll catch 25,000 fish. The Sacramento and Delta will be closed. Most of the American River fish now arrive after the closure. The Feather River fish also swim the river into a closed area, this making the actual 25,000 fish a lot less for a little buffer. You need to do more for these fish now so it doesn't get listed. Closing it again is what needs to happen, but if there is an opening, it should only be on McColmy, so the department can get higher abundance for the Sacramento side for future generations of salmon. And that's it.
Thank you, Bob. Questions for Bob on his testimony? Okay. Let's see any hands. Thanks, Bob. Dylan Dameron, I don't see him up there. Okay. We'll move to Andrew, and this is in person. Not in the room. Okay. Chris Howard. Welcome back, Chris.
Thank you again, Chris Howard, Delaware County. This is a hell of a balancing act that you guys are doing. And one of the important things that I'm starting to realize as I get a chance to talk with the council and more importantly, the fishermen and how allocations are taking place here, and more importantly, how percentages are allocated and how it affects the North Coast, the more concerned I get. And what I want to think about when it comes to an economic standpoint and how it impacts potentially our in-river fisheries long-term is that when this allocation potentially goes back out to the ocean for this Sacramento area, it's not just utilized within the state of California. It actually goes across borders potentially. I would like to see an in-river escapement occur where there's opportunity for those in-river fishermen, but more importantly, how that impacts our economy is that I have a robust tourism season in the summer. That's when people come to see the coast and they come to see the redwoods. I'm trying to build out my shoulder periods. So this is where most traditional rural communities want to see action is in the fall. And that fall run is what's important to attract that next new visitor, especially to rural Delaware County. So what I would encourage is some way, if there is a way, to keep that allocation in the river and not so much in the ocean. I have been told by various folks that are here in the audience today that it's really not worth the gas to get out to the ocean to go after maybe potentially the limited number of fish they'd be allocated. Well, why don't we have that allocated to the escapement in the river and potentially a greater effort on those fish that are harder to catch once they get in that fresh water. Thank you.
Questions for Chris on his testimony? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I was hoping you might be able to clarify for me. You're talking about keeping fish in the river, allocating to the river. Del Norte County, are you talking about Klamath Fall Run?
Correct, but also Smith River. And so my understanding, and again, this is a hell of a steep learning curve for me, so I apologize. But the Klamath Fall Run really starts in August and September. And in addition, more importantly, the Smith River piece starts generally in November, December. And so for us, rural California, that's when we're trying to attract people in river to fish our area. I don't know if we're going to have a Smith River allocation this year, but I know from a lot of the tribal work, especially the Tolowadini Nation and the Ditson work, we've had the highest returns that we ever saw in 2003. It was comparable to our last high data set of 20,000 plus fish. But we had no opportunity to go and fish those based on a model that essentially said there wasn't going to be enough available. Well, it was a hell of a lost opportunity for an economy that has no diversity. So a way to get also fish to come in, spawn and do their natural thing, and allow the fishers to get out there and try to catch one of those elusive critters. Hope that helps, Marcy. I don't know if it does.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marcy. Anyone else? All right, thanks, Chris. Michael Polyrodakis, are you there? Michael? And I'd like to say, while we're waiting to see him come on, some people will have their first name or initials. If you see your name up there, to raise your hand so we know who you are and you know you're ready. Is Michael there? I see that he has a visual aid that he's talking about, but Chris has not seen that yet, so he needs to send it to Chris if it's there. Okay, let's just drop down then. Sean Rainsbarger. Sean, are you there? You're muted, Sean. You're still muted. Oh, there you go.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak. I think the most important thing here, Bob Spar hit on that topic. When Spring Run was listed as endangered, they didn't come back. You know, it's like they were listed but never helped, if you get what I mean. I think the biggest thing that we can do is try to conserve the fall run salmon. And we're not going to do that by endangering the fish, listing them as endangered. Letting people fish, I mean, that's great. But the models are saying we're missing these numbers every single year. We're not raising enough fish. Our water conditions are just horrible. Until we get these things in order, I think the best thing is just to keep the season closed. Keep it closed to prevent listing of the species. Thank you guys so much for what you do. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Sean. Questions for Sean on this testimony? All right, not seeing any hands. Thank you. Next up is Glenn Kaderis. Glenn, are you there? Okay, Glenn's not there. All right. Next up is Barry Day. Barry.
Have you got me there?
We do, Barry.
Oh, hi. Yeah, from what I'm hearing for this season for commercial is something like 60 fish. And honest to God, that is not worth it. The money we're going to put in to leave the dock won't make it. You know, that equation I gave you on Wednesday of 15,000 divided by 8, which would be pretty good dollars of the hoist, is 1,875. I'd have to catch 60 31.25 pound fish to break even. So the numbers aren't there. I'm also feeling for the problem we've had on the ocean is 50% of the fish we've been catching have been the colony fish. So hence we get the problem on the ocean where we're catching fish and they're colony fish. So I'm feeling for the inland because that Sacramento River is a mess. And it's a pretty hard equation for you all to deliver something for us. But the simple fact that commercial, the way I'm looking at it, something like 60 fish, it ain't worth untying the ropes for. That's pretty much all I got to say on this one.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Questions for Barry on his testimony? Okay, thanks, Barry. Next up is Christopher Timmons. Christopher, are you there? You're muted.
Unmute. Is that it?
We do. Welcome.
Yeah, so my name is Christopher Timmons. I'm a recreational fisherman and requesting not to move the fish allocated to the river into the ocean fishery. It seems from prior history it hurts the fishery just by not letting them back into the river system to spawn. And following the advice from the commercial and sport fishing groups that are there, seems that would make a difference. They really do their studying and go through all the data. I'm all for a season only if the stocks and the species are going to survive and not collapse in the upcoming years. But with all the numbers being so close to escapement goals and prior years modeling being off, it pretty much seems like maybe one more year of not fishing would benefit the salmon so we could fish in the future. Last thing we all want to do as fishermen is go out there and fish our salmon into a complete state where we can't fish anymore. So that's pretty much all I've got here. I thank you for the time and let me speak.
Thank you, Christopher. Questions for Christopher, his testimony? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Christopher. And I just ask people to raise their hand if they see their name coming up next so we know you're there, especially the people who have just initials or a first name. Jerry Fry. Jerry?
You got me?
We do.
Okay. Longtime Northern California resident, born and raised up here. Grew up on the Trinity River, saw the debacle up there. It's still going on. Millions of dollars put into a river and not nearly enough fish being produced. I talked to the Creel. I'm a guide. My son's a guy, a full-time guide. We're on the river a lot. Talked to the Creel survey guys. They've asked me, they always say, what can we do? How can we make this better for you? We have to raise more fish. The returns haven't been there for, probably 10 years now, 12 years. And we need to raise more fish. We need more water. I know the water, we don't have much of a lobby as fisheries guys because the money isn't here. The money goes to ag, the water goes to ag. But I'm requesting that being as we haven't hit our escapement and our numbers have been so low that even though this puts a financial burden on me and my son, that we consider closing the season again this year in order to get the numbers up. I appreciate what you guys are doing. I know you put a lot of time and effort into this, and I hope you'll listen to what the fishermen have to say. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for your input, Jerry. Questions for Jerry on his testimony? All right. Okay, thank you. Next up is Brian McGinty, followed by Larry Phillips. Brian. I think you're muted. There you go.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Hi. This is actually Glenn Chederis, not Brian McGinty. Can you still hear me?
We have you now, so
okay.
go ahead. But let's keep.
My name is My name is Glenn Chadaris. I own the Big Red Worm Company, the largest bait company in California. And I lost about $400,000 last year without salmon. But ultimately, this year with the numbers that you were showing, it just doesn't seem right to open something, because if, again, your numbers come in low next year and they're not correct, then we could become in this area where you decide to list the fish and then we never get it back. The only thing that's showing that is a healthy system is the McQualmie River. And ideally, the only thing that you would open is that. But the idea of letting people fish outside of the gate, knowing that we can't determine which fish they're going to catch, just sounds incredibly irresponsible. There's a lot of things that we need to do to address these situations, and coming to meetings and showing stats and everything you're showing still doesn't fix the issues that we have with the Department of Water Resources lowering the water so low that the beds come up out of the ground and all the fish die, all the eggs die. We need to work in the inner rivers to get these things fixed. And you guys talk about habitat, except for DWR, doesn't matter what habitat you put if they lower the water so much that it kills all the eggs. So I think right now the best thing to do, and again, we didn't get any money from the federal government and we don't have anything coming. So I'll take another $400 loss, but ultimately I have a 3-year-old son that I hope can catch a fish someday. And if things keep going the way that they're going, that'll never happen. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Glenn. Questions for Glenn on his testimony? Okay. Thank you. Where were we at here? Larry Phillips. Larry.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger, Vice Chair, members of the council and staff. Larry Phillips, American Sport Fishing Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So we all appreciate the difficult job the state and federal and tribal managers have regarding the development of our salmon seasons that meet our conservation objectives and also economic, social, and cultural needs. Within the next couple of weeks, CDFW is expected to release our draft spending plan that's intended to help businesses most impacted by the 2023 California salmon disaster. The allocation of $20.6 million is a fraction of the actual economic losses that will fall far short of providing financial assistance to the thousands of businesses impacted. Although the 2024 outlook is somewhat better, the uncertainty regarding our ability to plan fisheries that meet conservation commitments remains a concern. Our number one priority must always be our commitment to meeting our conservation goals. Excuse me. However, we remain concerned that the conservation burden is disproportionately falling on fishermen. If our only reaction to declining stocks is to close fisheries, we're not addressing the root causes for the declines. Water management that prioritizes life history needs of California salmon must be a state and federal priority. So in short, ASA supports the development of fishing opportunities for 2024 that include a limited season for both river and ocean, but we understand that seasons will be significantly shorter and that any opportunity must meet conservation objectives. But it will provide some opportunity for the folks that are still struggling from the California closure of 2023. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Larry. Questions for Larry? All right. Oh, nope. Thanks, Larry. All right. JD Ritchie.
Hi, you guys got me?
We do.
All right. Thank you very much for the time. My name is JD Ritchie. I am a former Sacramento River salmon guide. About 5 years ago, I had to move my family out of the area because of the fishery that exists no more, essentially. And I really more have a question than anything. I feel like the whole intention of this council is to exploit every last fish there is, and it doesn't totally make sense to me. So, especially with this new proposal of flipping the ocean numbers and the in-river harvest numbers, so that more fish can be exploited in the ocean this year. I feel like I'm missing something here, because here we are on the precipice of an ESA listing for Sacramento Fall Run. We didn't make egg minimums, like Mr. Stone said, at Coleman this year. And then we also saw the lowest number of jacks in history. I think he said 305 or something. I think in like 2013, I probably caught 305 jacks myself on my boat. So, I mean, this is a low number. And so, and all that, the no eggs at Coleman and the no jacks in the river, that's on a year where no one fished. So I don't get why we're flipping to, it suggests that we are not trying to protect the fall run by allowing additional harvests. And I feel like as the stewards of our resources, I would think every effort would be made to help recover these fish, not exploit them to the last single fish. So I feel like we've managed that way for a long time, and look where that's gotten us. Again, we're on the edge of a ESA listing. So I don't know how we can ignore so many stakeholders that are from the commercial sector, the sports sector, the inland anglers, who are all saying, you know, by letting people fish right now is pretty dangerous precedent to set. And again, we did it in 2018, and that didn't work out really well. And so I don't want to have the tinfoil hat conspiracy theory going here, but this all kind of makes me feel like there's something more sinister at foot that doesn't have the resources' best interest at heart. And frankly, that scares the heck out of me. So if you guys could maybe address some of that, I would be greatly appreciative. And thank you very much for the time.
Okay. Questions for JD? Hey, JD, just say we're just in the middle of setting the draft salmon regulations. So like, just to follow us, and I think you'll see we're not doing what you're saying. So thank you. Next up is Chris Schertz. Chris, are you there? There you
yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome.
Yes. So I just wanted to call in briefly today and portray what I would hope you as a season setting council would do. I know you guys are on the ocean side, but it directly affects us. I'm a second generation in Sacramento River guide. I was also born and raised on the upper Sacramento. And I'm also the concerned father of 2 young daughters that absolutely love to salmon fish. And it broke their heart this year to not have a season. But I also, as a father and a guide, educated them that sometimes conservation overrides our need for fun and or work. I had to find alternative work this year because we couldn't salmon fish. And we've seen you guys use your models before and they were wrong. I have photos where the river is barren of salmon, and we're on the verge of getting ESA listed. And if this happens, I have a really, really strong feeling that my daughters will never salmon fish in their backyard again. So I pray and I trust you guys to use your best judgment and take us into consideration when you're setting your own seasons. Please do.
Thank you, Chris. Questions for Chris? Okay, thank you. And then up to Scott Hamilton. Scotty there? Okay, Scott's not there. I believe, John McManus, we missed him at the top. Did John get back on here? Yeah, Audrey? Okay. And Michael? Okay. And then Brian McGinty. Okay. Well, that concludes public comment period. So with that, that'll take us to, Corey, that's what it'll take it to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I beg your indulgence? I didn't get my hand up soon enough earlier. Would it be possible to call Mr. Larry Phillips back up?
Larry, who?
One of our public commenters, Mr. Larry Phillips. Would that
Larry,
okay?
He's coming up.
Thanks, Larry. I'm a little slow on the draw sometimes. My question was, we're still early in the week. Numbers, we're still thinking about numbers. There's still a long way to go. But the desire for a short season. for anglers that would stay within the conservation limits. And when we're at high abundance, overperformance, especially of the ocean rec sector, isn't traditionally a problem. But when we're not at high abundance, that becomes a challenge. And so what are your thoughts, suggestions, ideas for how to provide accountability for our ocean-based anglers if there was to be a small season?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Ms. Writing. I mean, we would certainly rely on the regulatory process to give us some sort of uncertainty. I know California is digging deep into this question. We collectively have to meet conservation objectives. I mean, that has to be first and foremost. But if there is an opportunity under the preseason expectations, and we can somehow model a fishery that we feel gives us some certainty that will meet our conservation objectives, and we support that approach. I believe there's about 35 or 40,000 fish, at least on paper at this point, that are identified as potentially harvestable. So I think that's what we would look at is, what type of certainty can we give ourselves? There's going to be probably some difficulties in some of the modeling exercises associated with the season when we have, type of a gold rush type mentality on limited opportunity. That we would provide some recommendations, maybe a couple of days here and there. And once we have those 2 days, step back from it. And I know in-season management's a challenge, but I think there's some creative ways to think about how we can go about potentially offering some opportunity. But again, we would look to the experts to guide us.
Thanks, Corey. All right. Marcy Ribko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I might follow up on Corey's question and Larry's answer. One thing we've been talking about with industry leadership in all sectors, but with regard to the rec sector, is the potential for the use of a recreational ocean fishery quota of sorts. How that might be designed is TBD. But I was just wondering if that might be a tool that would help ensure that we don't exceed our conservation objectives. It is a tool that we use in many of our other fisheries like groundfish, halibut, et cetera. So just wondering what your opinion might be of that management tool.
Yeah, thank you for the question. In a past life, I spent a career with the state of Washington, and in-season management is a tool that's essentially essential to the management of ESA listed and mixed stock fisheries, where I think they've done a great job. Oregon as well. So I think that's a great tool. I just don't know if the pieces are in place for you to be able to incorporate that in terms of assessing daily catches or timely catches that would give you the tools you need to implement that approach. But I would highly recommend that in-season management would be an investment that could benefit opportunity and give us the assurances we would need to meet. We heard a lot of concerns in the last comments about potentially not meeting escapement objectives when we don't have a ton of harvestable fish. So that certainly could be an opportunity to get at that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marcy. Hey, Larry. Okay. Okay, so council action. Discussion potentially, Butch? Yes, Butch?
Is this discussion or question?
Discussion.
I guess. Better. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for Marcy, and if you can't answer it, I don't want to put you in the spot. I certainly talked to one of your salmon team to get educated on California salmon, but knowing how important it is to get some of the strongest genetic fish that get up into the spawning beds, after going through oceans and wherever they travel to is really important, especially in times of need. And I was just wondering if California has run size updates. So you have a date where you have an expected portion of your run to get to be there to make, be accounted. And then if it's behind, you don't fish. If it's ahead, you can fish. Kind of guaranteeing that you have the right amount of fish before you go fishing. It's easy to do in the river. It's not easy to do in the ocean, obviously, but I know we depend on that in the Columbia River. After a certain date, we have a run size update to make sure we either have to back off or we can liberalize. And I don't need an answer now, Marcy, if you can. I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you have, I would like to be educated on that if you had some time, because that seems like, it adds more certainty to the uncertainty of what's going on with the Sacramento system. So anyways, just a question. It's not trying to pose any Washington methods on California. It's just a question I have for education purposes. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Butch, for the question. I'm going to call up Candace Morgenstern with our Ocean Salmon Project to provide an answer for us. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Yaremko. Thank you, Butch, for the question. I think what I'm gathering from your explanation of how things are working in the Columbia River is that you have some sort of in-season knowledge of abundance that will guide whether or not to proceed or back off. And all of our abundance modeling that we do is based on the in-river run size. So fish get back to, we do ocean monitoring, like big ocean monitoring program, but we need to know the in-river run size, eventual in-river run size, to be able to then figure out what our ocean abundance was.
Butch?
I think maybe I confused you a little bit. It's run size update in the rivers. So you have a point in your river that you have a count of fish.
Mm-hmm.
You have a way to count them. Then you would go up or down based on time and area and how many fish past a point of your expectations. So say on September 15th, you expected 60% of the run to go by this point.
Mm-hmm.
Would be a little more confident in what your predictor was. And then you would you could decide whether you had enough fish passed so you could have a fisheries or not. I just wondered if California has that method. That's
we don't in place currently,
okay.
But I'm thinking about how maybe that could be implemented, and for the various surveys, both the Central Valley and the Klamath Trinity Basin, if they could provide those types of run size updates, and then that would be responsive to whether or not to proceed or put limitations on in fall ocean fisheries, right? Not necessarily, couldn't do that for summer fisheries. So it would have to be a big coordinated effort. And the other complication I potentially see that is from year to year, we're noticing more variation in run timing. And so abundance could seem to be low, but it could just be that they're just not there yet. It's just so dependent on flow. So I don't know. It's an interesting thought experiment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. And I don't want to tie up the council's time but certainly I'd be willing to talk to you, or we have,
Sure.
Great people that could really exchange some ideas. But thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't.
Hey, Butch, Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Butch. Yeah, we're certainly interested in exchanging ideas. Be very interested in hearing more. But I think Candace is correct in emphasizing that the fishery planning that we're primarily doing here for ocean fisheries occurs in summertime, and escapement monitoring for the fall run doesn't commence until the fall. So our fisheries have already been largely prosecuted. So again, we'll look forward to hearing more, but I think that's the short answer. Thanks.
Thanks, Marcy. All right. Anyone else? Are you ready to give council direction to STT? All right. I'm sure the tribes, Joe. you have anything for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any further guidance for the STT.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go look at the Washington. Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some guidance, which we should be able to see on the screen in just a second. So management guidance relative to agenda item C6A supplemental STT report 1 dated March 8th, 2024. Implement the following changes. On table 1 for the North of Falcon commercial alternatives on page 3 for the U.S.-Canada border to Cape Falcon summer season, and alternative 2, change Chinook landing and possession limit for July 1 through 10 from 80 to 60. And then on table 2, the North of Falcon recreational management alternatives on page 14 for the Queets River to Ledbetter Point or Westport sub-area. I should have also put, this is alternative 2 for this change. Replace no Chinook retention June 30th through July 30th on Fridays or Saturdays with no Chinook retention on Fridays and Saturdays during July, and add possession of Chinook salmon is illegal when Chinook retention is prohibited in the area. That's actually not a change to what was modeled. It's just trying to clarify that it's the Fridays and Saturdays in July and leave some of the extraneous dates out of that. And then the possession of Chinook salmon is illegal when Chinook retention is prohibited. It's just a thing we put in the past when we've had a regulation like this for enforcement so that boats aren't transiting through the area with Chinook and there'd be some question about where they were actually caught. The troll change is just to lower that trip limit during that first more than week-long period that starts the season in July.
Hey, Kyle, Dr. O'Farrell, you got that? Okay, turn to Oregon, John North. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oregon does have some preliminary guidance at this time. And okay, it's up there. Regarding both commercial and recreational management alternatives. And this is in regard to agenda item C6A supplemental STT report dated March 8th, 2024. First, on the commercial side, on table 1, commercial management alternatives on page 5 for the Cape Falcon to Hubbard Mountain area under alternative 3. At the end of the regulations specifications section, please add the following language, which is beginning October 1, open shoreward of the 40 fathom regulatory line C5F. And then for our recreational alternatives on table 2 on page 17 for the Cape Falcon to Oregon, California border, specifically on the mark selective coho fishery under alternative 1, replace the mark selective coho quota of 60,000 with 50,000. Under alternative 2, replace the mark selective coho quota of 50,000 with 45,000. Also under alternative 2, replace the first reference to same as alternative 1 with 2 subsections, the first of which is Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, open 7 days per week for the period from June 22nd to July 31. All salmon, 2 salmon per day. All retained coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin clip. For the period from August 1 through 18, all salmon except Chinook, 2 salmon per day. All retained coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin clip. See minimum size limits. See gear restrictions and definitions. And the second subsection would be for Humbug Mountain, Oregon, California border, open 7 days a week for the period June 22 through August 18. All salmon, 2 salmon per day. All retained coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin clip. See minimum size limits and see gear restrictions and definitions. And then in our Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain area regarding the non-mark selective coho fishery under alternative 1, replace the September non-mark selective quota of 35,000 with 30,000, and under alternative 2, replace the September non-mark selective coho quota of 30,000 with 27,500. And I think that completes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
okay.
it.
Thanks, John. Got that, Mike? Perfect. All right, turn to California. Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, excuse me. Working from agenda item C6A supplemental STT report 1 dated March 8th, 2024. I want to point you to page 24 and in particular under Sacramento River Fall Chinook, the 3 alternatives that are shown. Want to propose some changes to alternative 1 and alternative 2 as follows. Alternative 1, and this is on that river recreational impacts line. Under the column that says spawner objective or other comparative standard as noted, include the Sacramento River Fall Chinook recreational allocation of 9.2% of the total allowable harvest. So that would be for alternative 1. Then for alternative 2, include the Sacramento River Fall Chinook recreational allocation of 50% of the total allowable harvest. Alternative 3 would remain status quo. If I may speak to this guidance.
Please.
Thank you. So what we see currently shown in table 5 of the report, the river recreational impacts to Sac Fall range from 27,600 in alt 1 to 29,000 in alt 3. We also, in looking at the ocean impacts, and that's commercial and recreational combined, range from 16,800 to 9,500 in alt 3. So greater projected impacts in river recreational fisheries than in ocean fisheries. Historically, as we heard from some of the testimony, the average allocation to the river recreational fishery is 14% of the total in-river run of Sacramento Fall Chinook. Traditionally, most years, I should say, Sac Fall are not constraining in the first round of model runs. This year is a little different. We have a very low forecast of Sacramento Fall Chinook. And with the NIMS guidance to set the escapement goal to 180,000 or higher, the result of that placeholder 14% of the total in-river run results in a much higher river allocation than we typically would see in our fisheries planning process. We heard Mr. Stone bring up the constraints of SR of Sac Fall back in 2018. In that year, as he had up on the screen, by council guidance, we implemented a California ocean versus river sharing arrangement of 85% to ocean and 15% to the in-river fisheries. For this year, what we'd like to do is to display a range of ocean versus in-river allocations. In alternative 1, recommending the 9.2% river share. This is now what the historical average is of the realized harvest of in-river Sac Fall versus the ocean harvest Sac Fall. Alt 2, 50-50 sharing between river and ocean fisheries, just to reflect a middle allocation. And then for alt 3, we would continue to allow those river fisheries that allocation that's the default in the model of the 14%. And that right now shows it 29. fish for the fishery in river fishery. Maybe I'll stop there.
Okay, Marcy.
Questions?
Yeah, questions for Marcy? Executive Director Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Marcy. Just to clarify, the text on the screen says 25, page 25. I thought I heard you reference page 24. I believe you meant 24, but just want to be sure we're all clear.
Table 5, the copy I'm looking at says 24, page 24. So just to.
All right, good catch.
Thank you.
Okay. Questions for Marcy? All right. Further discussion? So Anderson.
This isn't guidance. I just thought it might be worthwhile just to point out that in our salmon management plan, we have overall fishery objectives listed under 5.1 on page 50. And the third one is maintain ocean salmon fishing seasons, supporting the continuance of established recreational and commercial fisheries while meeting salmon harvest allocation objectives among ocean and inside recreational and commercial fisheries that are fair and equitable. And that's been I feel like there's been some suggestion that we just look at ocean fisheries and are blind to inside fisheries, and that just isn't the case. It isn't. We at the very outset of developing our salmon management plan back in, I think it was 1977, and have further refined these objectives. And I think we're all very cognizant of, yes, our regulations are to the ocean fisheries, but when we set those, we are doing it to the best of our ability to meet our conservation objectives, as well as considering the inside-outside allocation implications of our decisions. That's all.
Thank you, Phil. Anyone else? Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few other notes on some of the other language that's in development within the package. As we mentioned yesterday, this is California's first year in prosecuting in-season management and weekly landing limits in the commercial fishery. I want to appreciate or acknowledge the work of the STT and assistance from several of our co-managers as we build this tool, and appreciate the long night that was spent last night designing weekly landing limits with input from our commercial SAS representative. Just to point out, the weekly landing limits that are specified in alternatives 1 and 2 are extremely low, which is ultimately a function of too few fish. But this first round of alternatives is just to get an illustration and a starting point. And we have the opportunity to make adjustments to that weekly landing limit in subsequent runs. Speaking to the testimony that was offered today by Larry Phillips, we are interested in seeking an alternative that likewise looks at similar restrictions in the recreational fishery via the use of in-season management in some form in order to prevent a scenario where recreational harvests would vastly exceed preseason expectations. This is all to say that, I don't want to lose sight that at the end of the day, once we've completed all of our modeling exercises, we could be still in the same situation, and closures are still, very real possibility. But given the level of public and industry interest, we are staying on track to develop a full range of potential alternatives and opportunities. And just want to acknowledge the public comment. There's an awful lot of it in the briefing book, as well as testimony that we heard today. We appreciate this input as we continue to build our alternatives, and looking forward to our final decision making in April. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? Okay, Robin, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You finished your work under this agenda item. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, all righty. Thanks, everyone. Next up is this trawl cost recovery. Do we want to take a break? Yeah. Let's just take a 10-minute break. So, yeah.
Recording stopped.
Okay, we could take our seats.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Back in session here on the F4 trawl cost recovery annual report. I'll turn to Jesse to start us off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, council members. This is agenda item F4, Trawl Cost Recovery Annual Report. This is the annual item in which you receive a report from NIMS on cost recovery for the Trawl Catchers Program. It covers cost and fees, fee collections from the previous year, along with fee rates for the current year. And the report is in your briefing book. It was NIMS Report 1. Your council action for today is council discussion and comment as appropriate. And that is my overview. I'm happy to take any questions and then would turn to the National Marine Fishery Service.
There you go. Thank you, Jesse. Questions for Jesse on our overview? All right. With that, I'll turn to Ryan Wolf. Ryan.
Thank you, Chair. Our annual cost recovery report has been in the advanced briefing book, so I'm just going to provide a summary here, but then happy to take questions. The 2024 cost recovery fee percentages are as follows: 3% for the shoreside sector, 0.1% for the catcher processor sector, and 1.8% for the mothership sector. These fee percentages are roughly identical to last year. And our report goes into quite detail on the direct program costs for the region, for the center, and for OLE for FY23. We describe in the report that electronic monitoring was a notable driver of costs last year. Costs from both from Pacific States for EM, EFP video review, and from the center and region for EM regulatory implementation. And that provides my summary of the report.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Questions for Ryan on the NIMS report? All right. Seeing none, I'll go to the GAP report, I believe. Jeff Lackey. Welcome, Jeff.
Yes, I'll be reading from agenda item F4A, Supplemental GAP Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Trawl Cost Recovery and Annual Report. Table 1 shows IFQ program costs combined into 4 major categories based on the last 6 cost recovery reports produced by National Marine Fishery Service to the Council. The GAP notes progress in the reduction in 2022 and 2023 of cost in the research and IT categories. Electronic monitoring video review costs begin to be included in 2021, so costs have increased in monitoring oversight since that time. Many of industry's concerns with cost recovery since the inception of the program relate to incremental cost and are reflected in court findings in the Glacier court case exerted on page 3 of the GAP's April 2017 report on cost recovery. Our November 2020 GAP report compiled our concerns with cost recovery since 2010. The GAP continues to have these concerns, and that concludes the report.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions on the GAP report? Okay, seeing that. Thanks, Jeff. That takes us to public comment, and we don't have any, which brings us to council action. Discuss and guidance as appropriate. So open the floor for discussion. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wouldn't want to disappoint everyone and not have comments. I've had comment every year on this. And since it's kind of my last bite at the apple on this, because after June, I won't be here. I just wanted to make a few comments. One, I agree with the gaps statement. And I understand the shortness and the briefness of that report, because it's been a number of years now. I think we're, 13, 14 years now in the catch share program. And it seems like this rolling stone just keeps picking up moss. I do acknowledge that the agency has done a really, they've worked over time to address many of the concerns that the industry's had on this. My personal feeling is that over time, this fishery normalizes, notwithstanding some of the bigger issues that, yes, I agree with, like gear switching, things like that. But I do believe that at some point, this fishery just becomes normalized. It's like any other fishery. And so rather than rehash all of the previous comments I've made over the years, I really dug into it and thought about it a little bit. And one of the things that I thought about was in the final motion that on cost recovery, and I could go back and nitpick that and look at and illustrate it, but we've talked about it before in previous years on the floor here, and it's been acknowledged that the holiday guidance is one of the things that we adopted as a council back when this was first done in 2011, 12, somewhere in there. This holiday guidance has some pretty specific comments on how we calculate cost recovery. And the thing that stuck out to me the most, and a lot of the stuff that we've talked about over time, I will acknowledge that NIMS has come forward and really addressed to a certain extent. But the part that I wish they would take another look at, and just another perspective on this, is the whole part that talks about incremental costs. And there's a lot of time given to this. And what it talks about is obviously the with and without comparison. But what is the cost of running a management program for a specified fishery under a status quo regime? And what is the cost of running a management program under a LAP program? And it talks about that. And it says, since the issue is to find the funds to cover the cost of adding LAP programs, then the real problem is to cover incremental costs. And the second point is really the part I wish they would, the perspective I think that needs to be looked at. It says to minimize the disincentives for councils and their constituents as they consider replacing non-LAP programs with LAPs. It makes sense to have participants in the LAP programs only pay for costs that are added because of the LAP program itself. For example, and that's really critical to take those words, for example, stock assessments costs will be required no matter what type of program is used. Sorry, I'm losing my place here. Given the current law, it's not possible to have participants in non-LAP programs pay for stock assessments. Therefore, having participants in LAP programs pay for stock assessments while non-LAP participants don't pay, it would be unfair and prejudice the council's and industry's preference of LAP programs as a management tool. So this incremental cost was examined by the GAO at the time in 2005. And they pointed out that actual costs could alternately be interpreted as full costs of the managing the fishery. And sometimes I think that's what we do. Every dollar spent on managing the fishery should be counted. In response, NOAA indicated that the current methodology to define recoverable costs that are directly attributable to the implementation of the IFQ program was the correct interpretation of MSA. The GAO did not go so far as to suggest the full cost. Rather, they said if Congress wanted full cost to be recovered, it should clarify the cost recovery fee provision of the Act and to call for full cost to be recovered. The MSA reauthorization passed by Congress in December 2006 made no such change. And it goes on. So I really, it expands on that. And I really think that's the vision we need to look at this at and revisit it. And I don't have a specific example here for you, but going through the cost recovery report, it's very obvious to me that maybe that's not being looked at in that light. And so final ask is that next time we look at that. And I think, I will say, I sense a resignation almost from industry of, well, we're not going to ever change this. But I think we should. I think that this program's done a lot of good over time. And it's helped get rid of all the uncertainty that surrounded the trawl industry at the time by requiring full accountability. That's done a bunch. And it's not only helped the trawl sector, it's helped all sectors by not having those 9 species of fish that were overfished at the time that are now all but one on totally rebuilt in record time. And I think this is, it's been to me, yes, it's been a burden, a lift for the council to go through this. But I think a lot of the things that program has produced has been really good. So looking at that and looking at the state of our trawl fishery, particularly with our, the bottom trawlers, particularly, they're just a mere shadow of what we had. Our fish stocks are in great shape, and we need to start taking advantage of that. And every cost savings we can do that is justified for those fleets might start bringing back some of the people that are most burdened. So we've had a lot of people drop out, but I think this is one straw on the camel's back. So my last bite at the apple, I'll shut up, and I hope it changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay. Anyone else? All right. So, Ryan.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Bob for his comments. I know we have been trying to work and address a number of things, so I appreciate that recognition. I know we have looked at that holiday guidance. I think we referenced it in our last publication of the with and without comparison in April, but I can't deny your final ask, Bob. I'm happy to follow up with you and take another look.
Okay. Jesse, how are we doing?
I think y'all did great. You've had your discussion and not really guidance for council staff here. So I think you've completed this item.
All right, very good. I'll let you get back and crack that gap whip. And and with that, I'm going to pass the gavel to Vice Chair Hasselberg to finish us off here.
Thank you, Chair Bettinger, for leaving us plenty of time this afternoon to finish this last item. Wait till Todd gets settled here. And when you're ready, Todd, why don't you give us the overview?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon, Council. So this is agenda item F5, which is implementation of the 2024 Pacific Whiting Fishery under the U.S.-Canada agreement. So as the Council knows, that this particular resource is managed jointly with Canada and the United States through the Pacific Hake or Whiting Trading Pacific. And under this particular agreement, Canada has the right to 26.12% of the overall TAC, and the U.S., of course, has the remainder to the right of 73.88%. This particular stock or this particular process is through a joint management committee and advisory panel, which consists of both U.S. and Canadian government and industry representatives. And they meet each year to review the stock assessment of Pacific whiting and then give advice on the TAC to the respective governments. The JMC, as it's called, met this last week, February 27th through the 29th, and were able to come to a conclusion and have formalized their recommendations. For this particular agenda item, I would note that in the JMC, Mr. Phil Anderson, as well as Mr. Frank Lockhart, who is listening via the web, are both members of the JMC, and it would be expected that Mr. Anderson and potentially Mr. Lockhart would be giving the overview of this particular treaty process. Looking to your briefing book materials, you have the stock assessment, which is attachment 1, and then you have a gap report. Your action is to consider management measures necessary for implementation of the 2024 Pacific whiting fishery as appropriate. And that concludes my overview. I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Todd. I'll quickly look around and make sure there's no questions on the overview. Not seeing any. I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Phil Anderson to give us an update on the treaty process.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Vice Chair. In part because we've got a lot of time to fill here this afternoon. My report's going to be pretty lengthy. Wasn't going to give you quite all this information, but given that I've got the time, I might as well. And as Todd said, Frank Lockhart is online and can fill in blanks, which there shouldn't be too many because he contributed greatly to what I'm about to say. The Joint Management Committee, as Todd said, held its 13th annual meeting on February 27th up in Linwood. The U.S. JMC members are, of course, from NOAA, our longtime chair, Frank Lockhart, and representing the tribe, Steve Joner, who's been there since the outset, and replacing the industry, representing the industry and replacing Dan Waldeck is Brent Payne. And then myself, I've had the privilege of representing the council on the JMC, I think, since it started as well. We've got a really strong team. It includes the U.S. Joint Technical Committee members that are responsible for developing the stock assessment, Aaron Berger from NOAA Fisheries, Northwest Science Center, and Kelly Johnson, also from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. We also have what we call a scientific review group, and Owen Hamill from the Northwest Science Center is on that. Lori Steele's been the industry rep on that from the U.S. for a long time. And then we have our honorary member, Dr. Jim Hasty, who has been on it since we started. He rotated off, but he joined us at most of our discussions, so we were pleased to have him with us. Yeah, we've had some significant change in our team relative to our advisory panel. Brian Blake from Ocean Gold Seafoods joined last year. Chris Cooper from Newport, an independent fisherman, is a new member. Jonathan Gonzalez is from Pacific Seafood, was also a new member. Justin Johnson, who's also an independent fisherman, joined us. Kristen McCaw, who's McCaw from the Shore-Based and Mothership Cooperatives, was new to the AP. Sarah Nyoni, Arctic Storm Management Group. Sarah's, of course, been around, but she took a bit of a hiatus but came back and is on the AP. Trent Hartel from American Seafoods also is new. He replaced Mike Hyde. And Lori Steele from West Coast Seafood Processors was a new member, although she's been around the process for a long time because of her role on the SRG. And then we were fortunate to have some of our alumni, Bob Dooley and Dave Smith, with us as well. This is truly a team approach that we take as a U.S. section. We work together closely, and it's really unique in the role of the AP. They take the lead for trying to reach a negotiated recommendation with their counterparts on the Canadian AP. And part of this came out, part of this was as a result of the way the treaty was consummated at the outset, and that it really was the industry members who came to an agreement and brought the recommendation to the government representatives. And so they established a very important role and maintained it throughout since the treaty was put in place. And once again, the APs spent a couple of days and lots of back and forth, but were able to reach an agreement. And the JMC endorsed the agreement that they came to for a coastwide total allowable catch or TAC. The breakdown of the AP's recommended coastwide TAC, what we call an adjusted TAC, was 555,000 metric tons. That compares to 625 last year. We have what we call a coastwide unadjusted TAC of 473,513 metric tons for the 2024 season. And the way the math works out is that the Canadian share of the TAC is 26.12%, or 123,681. And the US share is 73.88, or 349,831 metric tons of the unadjusted TAC. So then we make the adjustment, has to do with carryover. And consistent with Article 2 of 5B of the agreement, an adjustment or carryover from 2023 of 21,285 was added to the Canadian share for an adjusted Canadian TAC of 144,966. And in the same manner, an adjustment of 60,203 is added to the United States share for an adjusted US TAC of 410,034. If you add all those up, you should come up with a coastwide adjusted TAC of 555,000 metric tons for 2024. The stock assessment model for 2024 has the same population dynamic structure as our 23 model. Data used for the model for 23 was largely the same as the prior year, with a couple of exceptions. We had a new model-based approach was used to develop the input weighted age matrix, and time varying temperature dependent maturity was introduced to better inform fecundity. Coastwide catch in 2023 was only 263,981, which is 22% below the average over the most recent 10 years. The 263,981 was out of a total TAC again in the 625. So the U.S. caught the 240,424, which represented a little over 52% of the U.S. TAC in 23. And there were very few fish that made their way up into the Canadian waters. And as a result, their catch was only 23,557 metric tons, which represented 14.4% of their TAC. This was the second year in a row of very low Canadian harvest. Looking at the state of the resource, the median estimate of the 24 relative spawning biomass at the start of 24 is divided by the unfished equilibrium is 99%. But as in most assessments, it's highly uncertain, and the range goes all the way from we have a 95% credible interval, but that's the range is 45 all the way up to 230. After declining from 2018 through 2022, the median relative spawning biomass increased from 23 to 24 due to the estimated above average, but still uncertain size of the 2020 and 2021 cohorts that are entering maturity. We did get a better picture of the 2020 cohort as they began to show up in the fishery, and we did have a survey last year, and so there was a higher degree of certainty. But one of the things that came out of that was that the size of that cohort dropped by over half from what we originally thought the strength was when we were looking at it last year. The estimated probability that the female spawning biomass at the start of 24 is below our B40 reference point is only 1.3%. And based on that, we have a default harvest policy in the treaty of 40 F40. And if we had used that, we would have come up with a number of just over 747,000 pounds. The JMC and the AP have a history, particularly at these higher levels, of setting the TAC well below the default harvest policy. There were some areas of concern, though, that despite the estimates of healthy stock, the recent lack of survey abundance in the fishery, in the catch in Canada, suggests a population structure not conducive to achieving harvest quotas in the north over the last several years. And the coastwide survey biomass was the third lowest in the time series, with an all-time low with only 2.4% of the survey biomass in Canadian waters. As I said, the 2024 assessment relies heavily on the estimates of the size of only two relatively young year classes, that being 2020 and 2021, and both of which have a degree of uncertainty. So we took that into account in setting that 555 number to be precautionary. In addition to setting the TAC, the JMC has also committed to work with our management strategy evaluation work group to undertake an MSC analysis of the default harvest policy against the agreed to objectives that we have, as well as using the MSC to conduct an updated analysis of the impacts of harvesting a larger share of the 20 and 21 year classes on the long-term sustainability and distribution of the stock. These last provisions that I just referenced were a particularly important component to reaching agreement with Canada. I think without having agreement on that component of working and using our MSC working group, we might not have achieved an agreement at the 555 level. So thankfully for all of you, in conclusion, the JMC believes that the stock is at a healthy level and will remain so in the immediate future. There are several factors that warrant careful consideration of harvest levels in the future negotiations. I'm confident the JMC and the AP, along with our scientific review group and our stock assessment team, will take those into consideration. So again, I very much appreciate being provided the opportunity to represent the council at the JMC over the last 13 years, I think it is. And it was a privilege to be a part of the implementation of the treaty. Let me pause there and just see if Mr. Lockhart has anything he would like to add to the report.
I'm not sure if you guys can hear me.
Yes, we can. Frank, please go ahead.
Okay. I thought Phil did a great job, as usual, in summarizing the meeting, and I just maybe would like to emphasize what he said at the end. I like him do think that the agreement was on moving forward on the MSE was crucial to coming to an overall TAC agreement this year, and so I've already started trying to organize moving on that. And I think we will make some good progress this year on the MSC moving forward. So other than that, I agree with Phil's summary, and I don't really have anything else to add at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. We'll look around the table and see if there are any questions regarding the report we heard on activities related to the Whiting Treaty. Nobody's raising a hand, so thank you both Phil and Frank for that. Next, excuse me while I go to my sheet here, we have a gap report and we have Sarah Nayani here to give that report. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, council members and Phil for that great report. The GAP received an overview of the U.S.-Canada Whiting Agreement for the JMC and AP meeting that was held February 27th to 29th in Linwood, Washington, from Maggie Summer, as well as from participants in the treaty process. For the 2024 whiting fishery, the GAP is pleased that the JMC provided a consensus recommendation to the parties for a 2024 coastwide TAC of 555,000 metric tons. And please note that we had a little typo on the first draft of this report, and Renee was kind enough to fix it in the revised GAP report. So you'll see that number corrected online now. Whiting fishery participants highlighted for the GAP that the bilateral scientific research and assessment process that is the foundation of managing the whiting fishery is strong and working well. The whiting fishery is a critically important piece of the West Coast groundfish fisheries, and the GAP appreciates the collaborative approach among scientists, managers, and fishery participants. The GAP anticipates timely implementation of the JMC recommendation by NMFS. As reported during the NMFS report under agenda item F1, it's our understanding that the proposed rule should publish in March. Interim allocations will be provided in advance of the May 1 season start, and then final allocations consistent with the JMC TAC will be provided when the final rule is published, likely in May 2024. The council recommended a 750 metric ton set-aside amount for 2024 research and incidental catch in November 23, as recommended by the GMT and the GAP. And we continue to support implementation of this set-aside amount in determining 2024 whiting sector allocations. On the survey, the GAP commented on the integrated hake coastal pelagic species survey in our statement under the NMFS report. And last thing as an aside, if this is really Phil's last year on the treaty, I just want to extend great thanks from all of us and hope that it's not actually the last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Nayani on the GAP report? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Sarah. That completes our reports, takes us to public comment. We do have at least one sign up. And I know who it is, but I'll wait till that comes up on the screen. We're just, oh. Few technical difficulties. All right. We're going to overpower the internet, which seems to think some of you don't want to get out of here earlier today. I believe Ms. Lori Steele was signed up to give public comment, if my recollection serves me correctly. Lori, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks so much. My name is Lori Steele. I'm the Executive Director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. I'm also a member, the industry member of the SRG, and I served as the USAP chairman for this year's negotiations. I wanted to just thank Phil for a comprehensive summary of this year's process. And I will, for that reason, keep my remarks rather brief. On behalf of the USAP, I do want to recognize and thank the Joint Technical Committee and the SRG for their excellent work and their review of the 2024 stock assessment. We have excellent science and excellent JTC members. The US members, Aaron and Kelly, were extremely helpful, and we are grateful for their commitment to the continual improvement of the assessment model and to providing the best available science through a very high quality work product. As you heard Phil summarize, the US and Canada APs recommended a coastwide TAC of 555,000 metric tons for 2024. This is a reduction from 2023 and is considerably more conservative than the catch that would be allowed under the default harvest control rule, which we have a history of being quite precautionary, especially in times of high stock abundance. So our recommendation is well supported by the assessment. And we consider this TAC recommendation to be well below the harvest control rule to account for uncertainty in the younger year classes that are entering the fishery, as well as many of the concerns that we discussed with our Canadian colleagues about the distribution of the stock in the fishery in Canadian waters. As Phil mentioned, we also collectively made some recommendations regarding the management strategy evaluation and moving forward with the MSE. The specifics of those recommendations are contained in our AP report, but generally reflect the summary that Phil provided. I do want to note that both all members of the AP, both US and Canada, do not support considering using the MSE as an alternative to or a replacement to the TAC setting process established by the treaty. We view the MSE as a tool to complement and inform the assessment and the decision-making process. But we did largely support the recommendations that were also supported by the JMC to move forward with some analysis in the MSE related to the harvest control rule and the effects of fishing on single or individual year classes. With that said, I just also want to thank Mr. Phil Anderson for his many years of service on the JMC and his longstanding dedication to the hake management process and the treaty. If this is indeed Phil's last year, he will be sorely missed in this process. We had 6 out of 8 of our AP members on the US side this year were new. 1 was returning, but 5 out of 8 were brand new to this process. It's a big lift to jump into this process, and I'm really proud of all of the advisors for jumping in head first and really making valuable contributions to this year's process. In addition to myself on the AP, we had Trent Hardill, Chris Cooper, Brian Blake, Sarah Nayani, Chris McQuaw, and Justin Johnson participating All of the advisors did a fantastic job, and the input and participation from our fishermen was exceptionally valuable. I think we really laid the groundwork to building a common understanding of some of these issues with our Canadian counterparts, and hopefully building good working relationships that will take this process into the future. And I just want to thank everybody for their efforts on this and their participation and their commitment to the resource and the treaty process. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to answer any questions on behalf of the industry. Thank you.
Thank you. I will look around the table, see if there's any questions for Ms. Steele on her testimony. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. It's not a question. I just wanted to thank you, Lori, for taking on the role of chairing the AP. I was able to listen to parts of it, and I thought you did a wonderful job of trying to keep the cats herded and on track. So just thank you for your efforts there.
Thank you very much.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Lori, for joining us today. That completes our reports. Public comment takes us into council action, which is discussion and any guidance you wish to provide. I will look around for any hands. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is the first year that I stepped down from the AP after 8 years on the AP, and there was a lot of turnover this year on the AP. There were some challenges, and I participated online. I didn't, not in person, first time in a while. I was concerned that we had 6 new AP members. We had a new JMC member, not new to the process. Brent Payne joined the JMC and Dan Waldeck's place, and did a great job from my view. Phil, as always, and Frank and Steve Joner just, did a really, really good job of leading the U.S. Side of it. I would say, I was concerned having the conditions in Canada that they did not get much fish up there, and there was a lot of consternation. Part of what's made this go round in the years, even the short time, 8 years I was there, is our personal relationship with the Canadian fishermen and understanding them. And we had a new group coming in, and I was certainly concerned. And I know that Dave Smith was the other fisherman that was online as well, that was an AP member previously. And so I got to say, losing Joe Bursch as the lead of the advisory panel, and starting new, I sensed there would be a test, that we would be tested by the Canadians to see if the strength of our advisory panel and the strength of our process. And rightfully so, I think. I mean, they were pretty dire straits up there. They're on the verge of bankruptcy, a lot of them in that field. So you have to consider that. I will say that Lori was elected the chair of the advisory panel. Lori Steele did just a great job, a really good job, solid. And the new members of the advisory panel, including our 2 new fishermen that were on there, just did superb work. Worked as a team, did a great job. Sure, alleviated all my concerns that we were, that we didn't leave the place in shambles when we stepped off. And I think they're doing a better job than we did, really, to tell you the truth. But it was contentious. There was a lot of hard decisions to make between the advisory panels. There was an understanding. It was great to see how they worked through the issues, and also how well our JMC contributed to to helping it. And it was like I say, it was a slog to get that, to go through it. But in the end, it was successful because, and I believe that our advisory panel was tested. There was they were tested. They were, I think the Canadians were just trying to see what they were made of. And from my point of view, flying colors, they passed the test. So I feel pretty good to be, after 8 years stepping down and have it's under able-bodied leadership and everything. And I will comment on Phil. And I certainly hope it's not his last term. I certainly hope we find a way to keep him on there, because Phil's been there since day one. As long as he wants to do it, I think we ought to accommodate that, because he's the reason that I think a lot of this goes. Him and Frank too, with all of them, but Phil's a key part of this, and that history, that perspective, and the even keel that we all know we witness every day here is needed. So I certainly hope it's not your last. So anyhow, I'll stop there, and I really do appreciate the opportunity I had for the last 8 years to do that. I appreciate that I was able to attend and actually do a very little bit to help, but it was a good process, and I think we're in good hands, and it's a solid, I feel really good about it. So thank you. And thank you, Phil.
Thank you, Bob. Frank Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm just going to follow up on how Bob duly ended. Nothing I'm saying here will be a surprise to anyone, but in a similar vein, just in case, I just wanted to note that Phil was a crucial part of the success of the Whiting Treaty process since implementation began in 2012. Not just for the TAC discussions, but for the numerous other meetings we had every year. Furthermore, there were several years where Phil's unparalleled experience in fisheries management, and especially international negotiations, helped us navigate several rocky situations. So on a personal note, I learned a lot from Phil during this treaty process, from just simple things on how to run a meeting to kind of the more complex things, like how to find the areas of commonality in negotiations. I, however, can only hope to be half as good as he is. And I truly, if this is your last meeting, I truly will miss you, Phil. And it's been an amazing experience for me and other JMC members to work with you during these past 13 years. So thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Look around for any other discussion. Hands raised. Phil Anderson.
Well, I'm humbled by all the kind words, and I really do appreciate them. But getting back to the business at hand, one of the reasons we have this on our agenda now is, in the event that we hadn't reached agreement, the council would have an opportunity to provide any recommendations you might see fit to National Marine Fisheries Service, because in the absence of an agreement, it would be in the hands of NIMS to set the U.S. TAC. So one of the important, don't lose sight of that important role that you have here as a council in the event that an agreement isn't reached. And again, thanks for the privilege of being able to represent you in this forum.
All right, thank you for that reminder that the hard work of a lot of people made our work easier here today, I believe. So look for any other comments, discussion, guidance. I'm not seeing any hands, so Todd, I'll turn to you and ask if that completes our work here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. As Mr. Anderson noted, that had the agreement not been made, we would be talking a little differently about management measures. However, I would say, given the situation and the discussion that we've had, you have addressed all the items necessary, and you have completed this item.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to send the gavel back to my left to our chair.
Great work, Vice Chair Hassemer and everyone here. Got through here quickly. I'll turn to Executive Director Bird to see if he has any announcements for us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. We are ahead of schedule and sitting here looking at our agenda and asking myself if there's anything we could bump up and take advantage of. And unfortunately, we're just not in that place this early on in our council meeting. So I think that basically completes the business you had on your agenda for the day.
Thank you, Merrick. Okay, enjoy some afternoon, get some sun, and we'll see you at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Recording stopped.